Alright, we should be live here. Jack says no. End stream. Well, I hope you guys all enjoyed longest or shortest stream ever in history. Jack, I'm gonna ban you. I'm gonna straight up ban you. Yo, what's going on, Swift? Welcome in. I literally might. Push my buttons. Alright, so our mic's working, but for some reason the music is not working. You did a test and now you're done? Well, I hope your test went well. Yo, what's going on, Blinding Duck? Welcome back. I saw your messages earlier. Let me read them real quick, because I don't know if the rest of chat even gets to see it. Yo, 30 minutes till stream. This is going to be another great stream like last time. 10 minutes. Going to be shiny stream. I don't know who's going to get it, though. And then you were here literally like 13 hours before the stream started, Blinding Duck. Absolute legend. All right. So as you guys can see from last time, I fixed a few things. We now have 4 emulators running. I'm going to try and push our computer to the limits today. I truly think we should be able to try and run 4. I got it all laid out, so it looks a lot nicer than the weird triangle 3 screens we had going last time. Okay. So let's just try and see what happens. Okay. We're gonna continue our shiny hunt for Regirock. Is today the day? Are we getting shiny Regirock today? What do you guys think? Jack's gonna say no, obviously. I didn't like how out of sync all those were. I'm not gonna lie. It's alright though. Yo, what's going on, Pandemonium? How you doing? Welcome in. You're still shiny hunting Latios? Nice. Well, I hope you definitely get it. Yeah, it definitely, I noticed it on my end. I don't know if it's as noticeable for you guys, but the performance for the actual emulators drastically are lower than if I was running 3. It really definitely is a noticeable difference for me. I don't know if it's as noticeable for you guys. Oh no, what have I done? I just moved things around. I just did terrible, unspeakable things. And somehow that affected the actual overlay in the stream. Are you serious? Just moving the window of the emulator causes things to change that drastically. Are we serious? I don't know how to feel about that, guys. I don't like that. Shiny hunting Latinos? Oh my goodness. That's crazy. Okay, so I still need to read your thing, Pandemonium. Why don't we do that? Let's read that quick and then we'll get to the shiny hunting for today, okay? So as you guys know, Pandemonium is a hater when it comes to Heart Gold and Soul Silver. He wrote a Google Docs, things I hate about Heart Gold, Soul Silver, okay? I'm going to open this up. All right, here we go. Get ready to roast him in the comments. I know I am. Aside from Totodile, starters are mid. All right, listen. Totodile's awesome. Cyndaquil is still really good. Quilava is peak. Absolute peak. If you disagree with that, I can't help you. Okay? We're not even going to talk about the third starter because the third starter is trash. Johto Pokemon are weak. Absolutely unfactual, sir. Absolutely unfactual. Gen 2 literally gave us steel types. What are you talking about? They gave us baby Pokemon. You're crazy. All right, number 3. Johto Pokemon have very few good designs. Few good designs. Bro. Okay. Tyranitar, Ho-Oh, Lugia, Celebi. That's like 4 right there. Suicune, Raikou, Entei. Let me continue. Let's see. Who else is there that's really good? Caesar? Let me pull up the Gen 2 decks. Let me pull up the Gen 2 decks. Hold on. Let me pull up the Gen 2 decks real quick. Legendaries don't count? The fuck they don't. Yeah, that's right. You got me to say the F word, Pandemonium. The absolute fuck they don't. They absolutely count. They're some of the most peak designs. Give me a second. My Pokedex is not loading because I've got so much crap running on my computer right now. All right, Gen 2. I'm pulling up the decks right now. All right, let's see. We're going through. Crobat. Immediately a million times better than Zubat or Golbat. It actually made that line tolerable. Okay? Frickin' Ampharos? Frickin' Azumarill? Yeah, I'll give you Crobat. Right, Let's see, what is the comment saying? Houndoom? Exactly! How can you not like Houndoom? Okay, Swift, get out of here. Crobat literally made the entire line tolerable. Zubat and Golbat are literally fire, hot trash garbage, okay? Crobat's the only thing that makes that line even redeemable. Frickin' Espeon and Umbreon. Pandemonium. Are you for real? I just realized that. Frickin' Espeon and Umbreon. 2 of the most popular evolutions on this planet. And you're trying to tell me? You're trying to tell me that they're not good? You're out of examples and covered 10% of the decks. That's because the entire Gen 2 dex is fire. Okay? I could keep going. Kingdra! Kingdra! How can you say that the Gen 2 Pokemon are unoriginal? Did somebody just subscribe? Something just happened. I just got a notification. Whoever just subscribed or liked, thank you so much. I appreciate it. We're kind of spazzing out right now because we have some Generation 2 hate in a Google Doc form, and I haven't even gotten past number 3. I didn't say it about all of the... Bro, you chose this war. Things I hate about Heart Gold, Soul Silver. Number 3, the Johto Pokemon have very few good designs. Very few is inaccurate since we've just named over 10% of the decks. I rest my case. Let's get back to the Google Doc. Number 4, evolution item availability. Okay, I'm going to be honest with you. It's been a hot minute since I've played through Heart Gold, Soul Silver normal. Like just like a regular playthrough of it, to where I've depended on evolution items. So I don't recall exactly where every single evolution item is or how available they are. So I can't argue with you on that, okay? If anybody else in the comments knows, like if that's factual, back him up. If it's not, roast him, okay? Let me know, because I don't remember. I'll be honest. All right. Good Pokemon availability. Dude, there's so many good Pokemon that are available in that game. What do you mean? There's so many good Pokemon that you can get. Like, it really depends on, like, what your standards are of, like, a team. Like, I mean, if you're trying to get some unobtainable, crazy Pokemon that you can't get till later, like, end game, then, I mean, that's subjective. I mean, T-Tar is literally one of the best Pokemon from Gen 2, period. Umbreon is great. Espeon is really cool. Chris, did you do the stream notification of the Discord server? God damn it. No, I didn't. Hold on. I did not. There we go. Fixed. Thank you for the reminder, Blind and Duck. I appreciate it. All right, let's go back. I swear, I be seeing the same Pokemon through the entire game. Dude, that's what happens when you play in a region. You see the same Pokemon that are in that region. I rest my case. All right. Level curve. I never really thought that the level curve was an issue, personally. Caught me lacking, you really did. But you're not going to catch me lacking on the reasons why Heart Gold Soul Silver are so good. I'm picking this thing apart. Regirock can wait. Okay? The level curve's never been a thing that I think I've really ever complained. Geodude and Zubat are like in every route. I mean, yeah, but they're also on like every route on so many other Pokemon games too. You know what I'm saying? You're choosing an example that's a reoccurring issue in like so many Pokemon games, and you're just deciding, oh, I'm gonna just give Heart Gold and Soul Silver shit for that. It's like all these other games have that problem too. You ever played Gen 4? All right. The game is ridiculously easy until you fight Lance. Okay. Again, easy is subjective. If you're a child and it's your first time playing Pokemon, you don't even know what you're doing. I mean, easy, the term easy and difficult becomes subjective based on your knowledge of Pokemon, if you know typings. Like, if you're a competitive, expert, nuzlocking, hardcore Pokemon player, then every Pokemon game is fucking easy, okay? The point is, the game itself is a good game. Difficulty shouldn't necessarily be taken into consideration. That's why games have different level of difficulties. And I will agree, I've said this for years, Pokemon should let you choose your difficulty level based on the fact that you are an experienced player or not, okay? So I agree with you, but that's not Heart Gold Soul Silver's fault. So again, this should be things I hate about Pokemon, okay? Crest crashing out for 1 minute? No. This is going to be way more than 1 minute, because my dude has fucking 3 pages in this Google Doc with 85 reasons. And what are we on right now? What number are we on? We're on 8. We're on 8 out of 85. I shouldn't even be. This isn't even a shiny hunting stream. This is I know 3 pages is crazy. That's what I'm saying. Oh no word. No, like literally. We're gonna be having a lot of no words because I'm telling you today. You picked the wrong day, my friend. You picked the wrong day. That's why I said, Jack, push my buttons. Try me. Okay? Where was I? Number 8. The pacing is slow. Your pacing is slow. Number 10. All animations are slow. Your animations are slow. Number 11. The music sounds the same everywhere. What do you mean? So I'm almost never immersed. For a year, I didn't even know Soul Silver had its own... Bro. Gen 2 music is so freaking good. I want you guys later on, after the stream, go onto YouTube, look up Heart Gold Soul Silver music playlist, and just listen to the songs. They are some of my literal favorite music. The original ones on Game Boy, obviously, are all like 8-bit and tinny. The remakes of them in Heart Gold and Soul Silver are so good. And then there are people who have made further remakes, like orchestra versions and shit, okay? Gen 2 music's goated. I don't want to hear it. Okay, number 12. There are so many odd things you have to do to progress the game, so on a blind playthrough, you're constantly roadblocked. That's uniqueness, though. That's the thing. You just got done saying, it's too easy, it's too easy for me, but then you're literally complaining that you're getting roadblocked when you don't know what you're supposed to do. That's what makes a good game. It's what makes a good game. You don't need to know. The fact that you climb all the way up to that freaking lighthouse and then you get told, hey, you just climbed your ass up here. Guess what? You gotta go get fucking medicine for Ampharos, get your ass out of here, and then come see me, and then I'll do my fucking job as a gym leader, okay? That's what makes these games beautiful. And you're just like tearing apart all the things about this game. Okay. Next one. Number 13. Most good team building options are trait evolutions. That's again subjective if you really think about it. Yes, a lot of the good Pokemon are trait evolutions, okay? Fair enough. But guess what? We had things back then called friends that you could trade with. And trading is literally one of the main things about the whole Pokemon universe. That's the whole point. So again, you're complaining about Heart Gold Soul Silver having that problem. Gen 1, you couldn't even get Gengar, you couldn't get Alakazam, you couldn't get Golem, you couldn't get Machamp. Like, it's not just Heart Gold Soul Silver. You're complaining about a mechanic that Pokemon has had through and through. Okay, so I can't continue on that because there's nothing left to say about that. Some HMs are hidden from you. I mean, they are called hidden machines. Number 15. Pokemon sprites are small, so battles are less immersive. They're literally using the same engine as Gen 4. Do you think the Gen 4 sprites? I'm glad you guys are liking the stream. I really am. I'm genuinely glad you guys are enjoying this. This is all genuine. Like, I'm not even, like, trying to, like, crash out extra. Like, this is genuine, okay? Yeah, that valid 15 is not even valid, because that's a problem that you're literally complaining about the Generation 4 Nintendo DS, like, hardware slot for. A lot of the Pokemon are locked to Kanto. That's because there's two regions in the game, my dude. Yes, a lot of the Pokemon are locked to Kanto, which means you get to have an entire team that you built from the Johto region. Then you could even make an entire new team when you're in Kanto. Bruh. Okay. The call feature is redundant. The call feature is the most fucking annoying thing ever, okay? You got me there. I hate that. All right, I don't want to be giving out my phone number to people in real life, let alone in a game. So you got one valid point so far. Okay, let it be known. Number 17 is valid. The gym teams are awful, brother. You're complaining about a thing that's still a problem in so many Pokemon games. So many gyms are bad. Think about Generation 4. Think about Generation 1. Like, Lance didn't have enough Dragon Pokemon that he had to have Gyarados, Charizards, and duplicates of Dragonite. Need I say more? We're moving on. Next to nothing is different between Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and Gold, Silver, Crystal. It's because it's a remake! Alright, half the games is just walking and running into the same wild Pokemon. Every Pokemon game ever. Number 21, all the events are inaccessible, so the fun part had 1 month timer on them. The point... Listen, man. All of the events are inaccessible because they were events that took place at a specific time in history. There are so many Pokemon events that are inaccessible still to this day for the same reason. You can't get the Shiny Zeraora from Sword and Shield. You can't get Shiny Eternatus anymore. You can't get the Shiny Dogs that were available then. You can't get any of the GameStop mystery gift events and stuff that happened over the last fucking 20 years. But that's just because they expired. It's not Heart Gold, Soul Silver's fault. Why not just include the events in the game? Because that's what made them special. That's what I'm saying. There was a time in history where you had to get in a car. You had to beg your parents to go to GameStop to get the mystery gift Pokemon. You had to actually put in work. Limited time events, work. Actual things that people that were born after 2000 do not understand. Oh my goodness. Okay. You're going to have me start crashing out about anybody born after 2000, and I don't want to do that, okay? Team Rocket is genuinely insufferable because they use the same Pokemon all 20 levels below yours, and they challenge you in groups of 50, so it ends up being a battle with no stakes and few runbacks at a Pokemon Center for PP restoration. All right. Again, all of the villains in most of the games have ass teams. They have absolutely ass teams, and they're lower-leveled Pokemon, and the idea is that there's just so many of them that it's annoying and tedious. It's not necessarily as challenging. It also is necessary for the fact that, like, you have to battle so many of them, and they give you the XP. So the same thing you're complaining about with, like, the whole XP curve and stuff, they just went about it in a different way. But that's a problem that most of the Pokemon games have, so it's not specific to Heart Gold, Soul Silver. Yeah, literally, yeah. Level 20 Coughing versus level 40 Lapras with Surf is just spamming Surf for 30 minutes. You're right. But I'm going to be doing that in every single game that I'm fighting an evil organization in. Okay. Let me see. Where was I? Okay. Number 23. Sorry. Number 22 was long. I had to find my place where I was. Okay. Number 23. You are never told where to go, so a first-time playthrough is a circle. Again, like I said, that's literally like the same duplicate point that you made about the fact that you feel... Number 12, that you felt roadblocked. You don't know what you're supposed to do the first time you play through a game. That's the beauty of playing through the game for the first time. Once you know what you're doing, then it gets boring. Kanto is even more repetitive than Johto. But again, Kanto is already repetitive to begin with from the first generation games. All they did was bring it back. It's not Heart Gold, Soul Silver's fault. To progress through Kanto, you have to talk to some random NPC twice. I don't even know what to say to that. Like, okay, God forbid you had to talk to an NPC twice. I'm sorry. Way too many HMs. My movesets are bleeding. What do you mean too many HMs? There's a set amount of HMs in every Pokemon game until they got rid of HMs because they were crybabies who hated HMs. Oh, God forbid my move is stuck on my Pokemon unless I pay an NPC to remove it. Oh, the humanity. Everything takes forever to evolve because of underleveled trainers. It's called patience and work. That's why it's a grind. I'm sorry we didn't have EXP large candies like in frickin' Scarlet and Violet, where you can just get a level 100 Pokemon in 2 seconds to actually work for it, or hack in rare candies. Everything takes forever to evolve. Oh, I just read that one. Whoops. The Mart doesn't sell elemental punches anymore. I don't think the Mart sells the elemental punches, but I'm pretty sure you can get those in the department store in Goldenrod. Pretty sure that's where you get most of the good TMs in this generation. Even in the post-game evolution, stones are hidden with a random NPC. Well, again, that's why, like, you have to talk to people and explore and you find stuff. Again, there's, like, the excitement of the finding stuff. If it was just plain and easy to get, it'd be boring. Level 50 gym leaders to a level 80 boss fight is the worst difficulty jump I've ever seen. So many You're complaining about how it was too easy earlier, and then you're complaining about the level 50 gym leaders to a level 80 boss. Bro! They're not in Goldenrod anymore? Okay. Well, I mean, again, necessarily, the punches is like one specific nitpick. So, I mean, if you are literally trying to run a team that highly requires using the punches, then that might be a little bit of a problem for you. But there are definitely some options to get around that. I mean, you could definitely, like, breed Pokemon and do, like, the egg moves. There's also access to Generation 4 with other Pokemon that have a larger move pool, so you would have had a little bit of an easier time breeding. So, I mean, like, it's not technically impossible still. Yeah, Regirock's just sitting here like, oh, no. Like, am I chopped liver to you? Yes, right this second, everything's on pause. Because I said I was reading this thing. I didn't fucking realize there's 85 things. How long have we been streaming? 22 minutes. I'm on a 22-minute rant. And we're not even, like, we're barely past number 22. Yeah, Crest is, like, Regirock's waiting for Crest attention. Yeah, exactly. All right, let's continue, though. I gotta get through this, okay? This has been eating at me, and I didn't read this until today. This is my first real live reaction to this stuff, okay? All right. Let me see here. Where was I? Oh, yeah, level 30, the whole gap. Okay, that's just, like, worst difficulty jump I've ever seen. The point is, it's still exciting. It's exciting, and you were complaining about the game being easy before, so too bad. So many caves and grass, you need repels to make existing bearable. That's simply how it was! That's how Pokemon games used to be! Oh my god. I can't. I literally can't. I'm gonna have an aneurysm, Pandemonium. Oh my god. All the Pokemon you run into are the same type 90% of the time. Okay, so listen. What do you mean it's not, though? Generation 1 and 3 did everything better. No, Generation 1 still had the same problem. You ran around in a cave, and you literally got hit by a Zubat every 2 seconds. Or a Geodude. You ran in the grass, and you found, like, the same pool of Generation 1 Pokemon. There's nothing... It's the same problem that so many Pokemon games have had. Literally, generation like 1 through, I'd say 1 through 4, you have to be running repels most of the time if you don't want to be annoyed by Pokemon. But the problem is, most of the people, when you're first playing through the game, want to run into the Pokemon, even if it's duplicates, either for XP or for catching. So it's like, again, it's like a nitpick issue on several of the Pokemon games, not just Generation 2 or the remakes. Like, I can't understand that. Buy repels. That's like the best thing I can say at that point. The 90% time of the same type, I mean, again, that's just based on, like, what Pokemon they program to spawn in those areas, and, like, a lot of the Pokemon are going to be the same type of Pokemon in those areas. And I don't think that's necessarily a Heart Gold Soul Silver problem. It just comes down to the fact that that area has this Pokemon. If you don't like those Pokemon, then go to a different area and there's going to be different Pokemon. Wild Pokemon are always low levels. You have to spend hours catching them up to snuff. Because seriously, level 20 Skarmory at Gym 8 and level 3 Heracross at Gym 3, because the sprites are so small, the battles feel more like staring at someone from across the street. I don't think they feel like that at all. I literally do not think that. What? What are you playing on? Like, are you playing on the fucking Game Boy Advance Micro with like 20-foot arm span? Like, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you on that one. It's never felt like I'm squinting, and I have old man eyes and I can see it just fine. I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you about that one. Whirl Islands is the most annoying Pokemon area to traverse. Listen, Whirl Islands is beautiful. Don't talk shit about Whirl Islands, okay? Whirl Islands is an absolute pain in the ass to traverse, you're right. And guess what? For good reason. Because there's a fucking legendary Pokemon down there. Okay? Right? I'm on my laptop, then you need to get your eyes checked, boy. I don't know what to tell you. If you're playing on a laptop or PC or an emulator, it'll look even better. So newsflash, on the actual hardware, it'll look worse if you already don't like it. So just don't even try and play it on the hardware, okay? Whirl Islands is frustrating. And again, your complaints about like things being too easy or too repetitive, but then you're complaining about things roadblocking you and being unknown and annoying or repetitive. Whirl Islands is annoying because you don't know what you're supposed to do. Once you know what you're doing, though, then it's like, okay, well, I kind of know what I'm doing here. So the whole point is, yes, it's a crazy area that holds a legendary. I mean, do you remember Cerulean Cave, like from Mewtwo and stuff? That place is annoying as fuck, too. It's just annoying in a different way. I would say Whirl Islands is more annoying, but the point is, there's a really good Pokemon that's hidden behind that annoying place. I need to drink some water. You got me. You going don't fuck me up, okay? Silver's entire team is unevolved on Victory Road. I don't know what to tell you, okay? Cerulean Cave was hype. I know, but so was Whirl Islands. That's what I'm saying. They're both annoying but hype. They're both annoying but hype in their own ways. I didn't know Pandemonium was a Gen 1 stanny. I love Gen 1 too, but I'm telling you, you could make one of these Google Docs for every game, and I'm going to have probably a counter reason of why that's not necessarily accurate. So far, you have one that I agree with, number 17. It's 1 out of 85 so far. Chikorita I skipped ahead. I just saw Chikorita and was like, I'm curious. You might get 2. Gen 3 and Gen 6. Well, Gen 3 is amazing. At least we can agree on that. Yo, what's going on, Skither? Listen, we're not even shiny hunting right now. We're fucking crashing out because Pandemonium put together a Google Doc on why he hates Heart Gold Soul Silver. Basically just shitting on Generation 2. And there's fucking 85 things on this Google Doc. 3 pages. And I'm literally reviewing this live. I haven't seen this yet. So, like, we can't even start shiny hunting until I go through this. Apparently, everybody in chat is loving me cursing and crashing out. But these are just genuine reactions to how I feel about Heart Gold Soul Silver, okay? I'm very passionate. Silver's entire team is unevolved in Victory Road. Let me pull up Silver's team real quick. Let's look it up. Silver's team. Heart Gold Soul Silver. Oh, we gotta look up Victory Road specifically. Hold on. Let me pull it up really quick. Let me see what he has. Did you already put it in the chat? Because maybe it just went by already. Gen 2's Johto was better. Dude, Gen 2's Johto was great. Don't get me wrong. But the remakes are immaculate. So I don't know what you're on about, bro. Swift said Heart Gold Soul Silver is trash. You're getting banned too. Okay? You're next. All right, I don't know if this is actually the correct one, but what I'm seeing is Sneasel, Golbat, Magneton, Haunter, Kadabra, and Feraligatr. And it says if you chose Cyndaquil. So, it obviously varies, of course, depending on which starter you picked. But, yeah, so Sneasel can't evolve because it doesn't fucking evolve till Generation 4. Golbat didn't evolve into Crobat because he doesn't love his Pokemon. Magneton doesn't evolve until Generation fucking 4 either. Haunter, you have to trade. You know goddamn well Silver doesn't have any friends. He's not trading with anybody. Same thing for Kadabra, so he's stuck with a Haunter and a Kadabra. So the dude's just a fucking moron who picked 2 Pokemon that you need to trade with when you have no friends, and 2 Pokemon that don't evolve till Generation 4, and one evolves with friendship. So is it our fault? No, but it proves a point. Silver is a moron, okay? Dude dropped his wallet. He dropped his social security number. We reported him to the police. He's not smart, okay? He's not okay. I don't know why they made the rival a moron. Why did they make Barry in Generation 4 a pain in the ass? Like, hey, I'm gonna fine you 1,000,000 Poke if you're late. Like, I don't fucking know why they did that, but they did. But it's the same in Gen 2. He's just as stupid in Gen 2 than he is in the remakes. So, like, your point about, oh, Heart Gold, Soul Silver is terrible. I'll tell you this much. Silver is going to come back soon, and his Pokemon are going to all be fully evolved with Megas. Exactly. So, and you know what, honestly? I don't know if this is actually a thing that ever happened. Did they ever bring Silver back in Generation 7? Like, when you could battle random people in, like, the battle tournaments and stuff? If they had brought Silver back, or Gold for that, or Ethan, whatever you want to call him, Skithra said no. That was a missed opportunity, because they could have brought him back in Generation 7 and made him one of the trainers you could battle. Imagine how cool that would have been. So there we go. Let's put some hate on Generation 7. Why didn't they do that? I agree with Skithra. I think Silver definitely needs a glow up, but I think the reasons why I explained why his team is trash is for a good reason. He has no friends, and he can't trade because he doesn't have friends. The other 2 Pokemon don't evolve till Generation 4, and the other one evolves with friendship, which he doesn't treat his Pokemon well. Feraligator's the only one that's fully evolved because guess what? He pushed him to evolve because he trained him. That's the only actual, literal reason why that's fully evolved, okay? So we're moving on, okay? 37, I shouldn't need a guide to play a game. You don't need a guide. I was telling you guys that you could get a guide because that was back when they printed book guides. You could have it if you wanted it. You don't need it. Otherwise, you just play through the Pokemon game blindly for the first time before guides or the internet was a thing, and you enjoy the fucking game the way it was meant to be enjoyed. Okay? It's not required. It's helpful if you choose to get the guide. Oh my goodness, it's not required. Okay, Chikorita has no good matchups until postgame. Chikorita's trash in general. Okay, listen, 38's not even relevant. 39. We're on page 2 officially. I'd like to put this out there. We have just now, after 33 minutes of being live, we have now hit page 2. Okay. I'd certainly try to enjoy it, and I shouldn't need help. Well, that's the thing. You're going to get turned around, and, like, you might not know things, and like you said, I have to talk to an NPC twice, or, like, I had to go up you have to go up a lighthouse, and then back down, and then go get medicine, and there's a whole convoluted process, but that's the enjoyment of playing the game for the first time, is not knowing. It's random, it's fun, it's silly, it's stupid at certain points. The lighthouse was fine. How do you not get triggered about that? Are you trying to tell me that on 85 reasons that you don't have the lighthouse here at all? Okay? Because if the lighthouse isn't here at all, then I don't even know if I should continue the list, because that's a legitimate thing that actually pisses off people about Generation 2. And that's even the thing that I remember the first time I played it, where I was just like, wow, that's stupid. We came all the way up here and have to leave. That's kind of annoying. The fact that you are nitpicking so many worse things and less important things, but you didn't add that? Brother. The lighthouse was a good plot device. You're a good plot device. Alright, page 2, number 39. 80% of all the available Pokemon are water types. I mean, you sound like IGN rating Oraz. Too much water. Number 40. All the Sinnoh evolutions are either post-game or require a copy of Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, or Platinum, except for Mamoswine. Because a lot of the Pokemon that were from Generation 4, you had to trade them over there. I mean, that's completely fine. And a lot of them are post-game. Again, it's not a Heart Gold, Soul Silver issue, though. you could technically, as soon as you get the option to trade, you could trade Pokemon. I mean, a lot of them that are encounterable are maybe post-game because of the national decks and stuff, but I don't know. I feel like if you have the copies of the games, which most people did, you could trade them. Yeah, Gen 3 is like 85% water. What are we talking about? Exactly. Okay. 41. Exploration is even more restricted than gold, silver, crystal. Dude, a lot of these are like repeat points just in a different sentence. Like you said it differently. I don't understand how the exploration's restricted. It's the same exact type of vibe. You explore both Johto and Kanto. It's the same idea in both games. I don't understand. What do you mean by restricted? It's a remake. Make them available. Those Pokemon exist to fix how weak mons like Yanma. They are available. They're just available at a different point in the game. That's what I'm saying. And like you could still technically trade. As soon as you had access to trading, you could trade those Pokemon. It's not like they're like totally inaccessible. You just had to have the game. I don't know, Chris. When you're sitting on MMO and starting that, we can hit all 5 gens. Bro, there's a guy that sells you a candy bar to stop you from exploring. Okay, Generation 4, sorry, this entire city is out of power. You can't progress. My bad. It's the same exact concept. It's not new. It's not old. It's just reused. That's a Pokemon thing. Bruh. Alright, continuing. Let's go. Number 42. All the original story beats are events that expired ages ago, and even on release were probably unknown. I mean, it's like the same thing you said earlier about them being limited. I don't know, man. Mom takes my money. She gives you the option. You can tell her no or yes. She can save your money or you can tell her no. I mean, yeah, if that's a little bit of an annoying feature. I always thought that Generation 2 was like, well, why do I need Mom to save my money for me anyways? So I'll give you like a half point on 43. So far you have 17 and a half point on 43 because it's an option for Mom to save your money. Okay? Number 44, Team Rocket plot never leads to anything. It just happens for no reason. Everything is delayed by pointless in-game dialogue, trying to stretch the game to 20 hours, stealing a rocket disguise only to have it torn off you immediately, radio card before Whitney, etc. Listen, that whole part where you get to dress up as Team Rocket, for so many people, was such a cool moment. The fact that that was added was such a cool thing, even in just Generation 2 in general. So I have no problem with that, okay? I feel like that's just like a little extra storyline. The whole thing with Team Rocket being pointless, I mean, the whole thing ultimately is pointless anyways, because we're going to defeat them. So that's like saying it's pointless in Gen 1 too, because no matter what, we're going to win. We're the hero. They don't win. They just make the dialogue, like, stretch it to, like, 20 minutes. So, okay, so you're complaining that they're giving us more content in the game because they're, quote-unquote, stretching out a pointless, inevitable result. Is that what you're trying to say? So you're upset about more content because of how they made the content more by stretching it, and it still ends up being pointless. I don't know, man. 46 has one of the slowest beginnings to a Pokemon game. How? It has like one of the most awesome beginnings to a game. You get there, you go talk to your neighbor, you go talk to the professor. The professor's like, hey man, can you go see this dude? You go see the dude, you get the egg, or maybe the egg's later, I forget, it's been a second. And then you come back, you find out, oh my god, the Pokemon professor's been robbed, and you find Silver, you battle him. Then you go back, report to the police. Then Professor Elm's like, oh my gosh, this is crazy. Then you meet Professor Oak, then you move on to your journey, and boom, everything is in full effect. I don't understand how it's like a more advanced version of, hey, can you go pick up Oak's parcel and then come back? I can't walk to the lab without someone stopping me. It's programmed to do that though. Like, I don't understand. Why is that an issue? Scarlet and Violet has one of the worst openings ever. Talk about snooze fest. Any of the games after Gen 6 are all just like, for fuck's sake, just let me play the fucking game and stop holding my hand. That's why modern Pokemon games tend to be bad. Oh my gosh. Alright, where am I? Kanto is a pain to travel through because of HMs needed. Millions of trainers and odd paths to take. That's just Kanto. I don't know what to tell you, man. Did you ever play Fire Red and Leaf Green? It's the same vibe there, too. Kanto is Kanto. They couldn't even put good Pokemon in Kanto. I swear, the entire game has early game Pokemon. I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, yes, they could have added new stuff to it, but it's a remake. It's a remake with a few additional things. It's not like they're like, hey, we're going to take this game and we're going to absolutely overhaul everything about it. They added a few things in here and there to sprinkle in some new stuff, but keep the nostalgia. That's why that game is good. It's like there's a couple cool things, and then there's a couple things where it's like, all right, we're not going to touch it too much, okay? We're going to just lightly season it. They didn't need to reinvent the wheel on it. You know what I'm saying? Okay, number 48. They couldn't even put good... Oh, right, I just read that. Whoops. Number 49. The whole dancing laddies thing made no sense and was shoehorned in to be disguised as an expansion to the story. Oh, the dancing ladies, not laddies. What the hell is wrong with me? The whole dancing ladies things. Literally, you're complaining about lore? They're literally the ladies in that city who are like the guardians of either Bell Tower or the Whirlpool Islands. It's like a whole like lore of Johto itself, that those ladies are the kimono girls, are literally like the people who guard and defend whether or not you're worthy enough to go get the legendary. What do you mean it's like added in as or shoehorned in? It was a beautiful addition. Anything with lore and like interesting characters is good. They're not even guardians, they just exist. You can't get the legendaries without encountering them all. It's part of the story. So yes, they are like guardians. It's lore. It's beautiful. Alright, let me see. Let me keep going here. Number 50, the version exclusives are all usable Pokemon. So no matter what version you pick, it's a life sentence that will affect your team building. I don't even know how to respond to that. Yes, every Pokemon game has versions exclusives that are a life sentence that affect team building. That's just a given thing when a game has exclusive Pokemon. Hello? The opposite gender version of the player just stops you throughout the game for no reason, then leaves. I mean, yeah, she's super annoying. Like, I usually always pick Ethan, because if you're picking Lyra, what are you doing with your life? Okay, now you're just coping. No, I'm not! You're just, like, having a problem with a thing in the game. I'm not coping! Crest, it isn't worth explaining. He wasn't alive when Gen 1 and Gen 2 came out. He doesn't understand that there was that there's over 1,000 Pokemon to pick from. There was like 270. I know. That's what I'm trying to explain. Even in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, when they remade it, there was still less than 500 Pokemon at this point. They had to sprinkle in a few new Pokemon into the games where it gave it a little bit of a more, like a new experience, but still staying true to the Generation 2 game remake. That's what I'm trying to say. Oraz is really cool. They did a fantastic job with making Oraz. Like, it's an amazing game. They added so much to that game where it went from just being a remake to like an overhaul. Heart Gold and Soul Silver was the less version of that, like a lightly seasoned version, versus we're taking the whole bottle of salt and pepper and dumping it on Oraz. And I love Oraz. Again, don't get me wrong, that's my second favorite Pokemon game. But this one is more nostalgic and true to the originals than Oraz is to the originals. But I still love them both. Okay? Yeah, it was way more over-modernized. Like, from Generation 6 mechanics in Gen 3, from Gen 4 mechanics into Gen 2, it's a night and day difference. Like, that's what I'm trying to get at. That's what I'm trying to explain. Okay. So, opposite gender version of the player just stops you throughout the game. So, basically, it doesn't matter. You're not necessarily your neighbor. You're saying your neighbor just stops you for no reason. All right, fucking Nimona. That's all I have to say. One word. Enough said. Okay? Most of the sprites are in bland poses. I can't speak. In bland poses compared to how they look in Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, making battles look even more unserious. I don't feel like the sprites are really that crazy different compared to Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and like Diamond and Pearl, Platinum. I'd say Platinum have better sprites than Diamond and Pearl. And I don't really know if I would honestly, genuinely complain too much about the Platinum versus Heart Gold, Soul Silver sprites. And I mean, if you think about it, they had to take Pokemon from Generation 1 and 2 and completely do new sprite designs for them in a Nintendo DS type style, while also trying to keep that nostalgic feel. Like, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it any clearer. They were trying to make it a remake with nostalgia, with a few things sprinkled in. Alright, let me keep going. Oh my gosh, I'm losing my voice, and we're on 53. Yeah, Heart Gold and Soul Silver are already old as fuck. Yeah, I'm literally losing my voice, dude. This is crazy. You got me literally reading an essay here. The remix of Lance's theme was so bland. Bro, that is just up to subjection. That is up to subjection. You literally have me, like, I'm going to have to play this on stream, and I can't even play it because my audio's not working. I'm going to listen to it really quick. If I'm not talking for a second, it's because I'm listening. Hold on. Okay. I don't know, man. I don't think it... What was the wording you used? I'm sorry. I need to go back to the Google Doc. I've got multiple tabs now. Hold on. Where is it? Lance's... Oh, number 53. Remix of Lance's theme was so bland. I don't think it's necessarily a bad remix. Like, I don't know. It's not like one of those things where I'm like, oh, it's terrible. This is absolutely horrible. It's fine. It's fine. It's not bad. It's not like groundbreaking amazing. It's fine. Okay? I'm sorry they didn't have Glitch City around to be able to do a remix. Okay? All trainers in the game hit you with status condition after status condition, so it's a Pokemon Center relay race. I mean, yeah, they do a lot of the times hit you with status conditions, but I mean, again, that's just, that's Pokemon, though. Like, it's not necessarily just Heart Gold, Soul Silver. The amount of times I've gotten hit by status moves in just general Pokemon games, not just in this game, bro. It's not, though. What do you mean it's not, though? What do you mean? I don't know, man. I mean, like, if you can find literal in-game data to prove your point, like if you were like, oh, clearly Heart Gold, Soul Silver, according to this spreadsheet, has like 85% more status conditions NPCs versus any of the other generations, then, you know, also, Crest, were you aware that I was muted? No. I'm not reading the comments as much. I'm like glancing over there because every time I look away from this absolute behemoth of a Google Doc, I lose my place. So I'm trying to keep myself here. I'd like to also get through this in a reasonable time. I played the game 20 times. I can tell. Okay, how many times have you played the other games? Because you're only playing the game 20 times. Have you played every Pokemon game 20 times to be able to equally compare? And if you have, then I want a spreadsheet with data. I want examples. You're just saying that. Like, I could say, like, oh, there's no NPCs that use any status moves in this game. Obviously, that's not true. But, like, you know what I'm saying? I want details to prove that. That I can't agree or disagree with that because I don't feel like I ever was getting hit with them constantly. Anytime I've played through it, I don't think I really ever ran into that problem. So, I mean, maybe you just got unlucky. Is How a good rival? How is not in Heart Gold, Soul Silver. He is not even on the platter or topic of discussion. I don't even really care for How. Okay, let me see here. Alright. Number 55. The player moves so slow, even at a running pace. Bro, I feel like Generation 4 had that problem in general. I used to think that, like, in like playing Pearl Diamond Platinum, I used to feel like I was not moving very fast. I mean, the nice thing, at least with Heart Gold Soul Silver, is you can press a button to toggle to auto run. That's pretty nice. The other game doesn't necessarily have that, I don't think. Could be wrong, but I always thought that was a really nice feature. Savari Zone is overcomplicated. Which one? The Kanto one or the Johto one? Oh, number 57, right next to it. The Safari Zone was the laziest way to include Pokemon locked to the post-game. They're locked in the Safari Zone, too, and they're only unlockable through a few side quests that will come to you every few hours. It's more stalling for time. No, it's not! That's called post-game content! That's the type of thing that a lot of the games don't have anymore. Unless you buy DLC, you had to buy extra content. At least in the older games, you had to work for the extra content. Yeah, they cycled every few hours, so you waited a few hours. Again, it's a different time. There wasn't instant gratification. People born before 2000 understood this concept. Oh my gosh. Okay. Number 58, the instance on exploring optional locations before continuing to play the game. Or, sorry, the insistence on exploring optional locations before continuing to play the game. I don't know what you mean, man. No, I know you love the early game. I know you love them. I'm not saying you don't. I'm just saying that a lot of these, like, nitpicks are nitpicks that, like, are coming from a younger person, a different generation of time. Because these things were not things you complained about when you were present and alive for when the game released. Like, and when you had been playing the other games, like, as a child leading up to it. This is just how Pokemon is. Like, all these things I'm reading, I'm just looking at them and I'm like, yeah, that's Pokemon. That's how this is. Like, there's nothing necessarily wrong or worth being like, I hate this thing to make Heart Gold Silver be like, oh, I hate Heart Gold Soul Silver. Like, that just, those things don't add up. The only thing, again, so far that you've had as a valid point so far is the phone calls, because that shit's annoying. Oh, man. My first playthrough Heart Gold Soul Silver when I was still a casual fan. Okay, and did you hate it then? Because, again, the whole thing is like, it's just a playthrough. It's like, you know, first time playing through the game. There's no way you got done with the game and was like, I hate... Why? How could you hate it? I never in my life have I played through a Pokemon game and said, I hate it. I've said I disliked it. Like, I do not like Scarlet and Violet very much. I didn't love Generation 7 for different reasons. But I've never said I hate a Pokemon game, because I love Pokemon as a whole through and through. I will never hate a game. We are already very different there. The fact that you can hate Heart Gold Soul Silver or things in the game. I can very much so dislike things in a game, but I don't hate anything about anything in a Pokemon game. That's also part of it. It was my first time I hated a Pokemon. Hello, Arrow. Welcome in. We are going through a Google Doc that Pandemonium put together and put in the Discord with 85 reasons why he hates Heart Gold Soul Silver. And it's 3 pages long. And just so you know, we are crashing out defending Heart Gold Soul Silver. So if you're here for that kind of content, stay. Very good to see you, Arrow. Eventually, we will actually get to Shiny Hunting today. Link the doc on the description. I actually might. I think I might. I mean, it's in the Discord. If you guys are in the Discord, you can literally just go click on it and you can look through this with me. Most of you here are in the Discord because you guys are G's. If you're not in the Discord, what are you guys doing? If you're watching the VOD and you don't know what I'm talking about, the Discord's in the link in the description. Join the Discord. Yeah, how can you hate Heart Gold Soul Silver? Exactly, that's what I'm saying, Arrow. I don't understand. It's literally my favorite Pokemon game. You have me so fucked up right now. I'm coughing, my throat hurts. Oh my gosh, dude. These are genuine reactions. I'm not even like... I'm not doing the whole, like, YouTuber, like, yes, I'm going to make my reactions extreme for views. No, this is genuine, okay? I need to take a breath. Holy shit, I'm getting lightheaded. Is this how like Eminem feels, where he's just like going off on something? Man just must have like 4 lungs, because I don't know. I don't understand. All right, let me continue here. Where was I? Okay, number 59. Super Rod is in post game. Okay, and your point is okay. I don't remember, because it's been a minute since I've played through like an actual full playthrough of Heart Gold, Soul Silver, like including post game and stuff. Because obviously, a lot of the time, once you've played it through and through once, most of the time, the next time you play through, it's like a Nuzlocke or a Soul Link or Mono type, Shiny Hunting, whatever. You're not usually caring about the post game stuff. So, I will say this: is there a Pokemon that you can only catch with the Super Rod in Heart Gold and Soul Silver? Is there a Pokemon that is that way? Because I could see that argument if there's a specific Pokemon that can only be encountered or caught with a Super Rod. If you can catch the like lesser evolution of it and then evolve it, there's no reason to complain. If you can catch that Pokemon in the water, there's no reason to complain. If a Super Rod is not absolutely exclusively required for one or two more, one or a few Pokemon, I don't care really, personally. Bros hating Heart Gold, Soul Silver, but like Shining Pearl. Yeah, Shining Pearl is an example of a bad remake. I mean, that game is still... I love Gen 4. Gen 4 is still great. I hated the art style that they went with. But you're going to say to me, well, it's not Shining Pearl and Brilliant Diamond's fault that they went with that art style. You can't judge that to determine if the game's good. Well, guess what? For the same reason you judge these things, I could equally judge those games too. For the same type of nitpicky things. Whole game is grinding. That's what Pokemon was, though. Grinding was part of Pokemon, dude. Oh, I remember all the times that I would just be sitting, grinding away at Pokemon. Grinding away at Pokemon. That's what Pokemon was, is grinding, man. I'm with you on Scarlet and Violet. You and me, we see eye to eye on that, okay? I hate it because they did such a bad job with it. It had so much potential, and hardware limitations and rushing the games caused it to be bad. I like a lot of the Pokemon in Scarlet and Violet. I like the concept of the whole open world thing and flying around in the DLCs. Like, there are things I love about Scarlet and Violet, but as a whole, I don't like the games because they did things so poorly. When you compare a game like Scarlet and Violet and put it next to Heart Gold and Soul Silver, Heart Gold and Soul Silver literally just becomes the best Pokemon game. If you were to take only those two games, no other Pokemon games exist. Heart Gold Soul Silver is the best Pokemon game, period. Okay? Now, obviously, there's a lot more Pokemon games, so that becomes much more subjective to a lot of other people, okay? With those two just to compare, it's not even a competition. Yes, exactly. If those were the only two games, that is still a better Pokemon game. I at least agree, we can agree on that, okay? I'm giving you an air high five through the internet, okay? We agree on that. I want to continue this because there's a lot more stuff here still. I still need to continue, okay? Where are all the fire types? Okay. I'm trying to think about which type of Pokemon. Again, it's been a minute, so like I can't remember every single Pokemon in the game. So obviously, you have the option of getting Cyndaquil, and you have that line for if you want the fire starter, okay? So if you do that route, if you go that route, then you already have less of an issue with fire types. If you pick Charmander as the Gen 1 starter you get, you have even less issues with the fire types. There is a handful of definitely some fire-type Pokemon in Generation 2, but not a lot. There is not a lot, I will give you that. And then there are quite a bit in Gen 1. I don't remember what the distribution of, like, Magmar, Growlithe, and you can evolve till... There's Magmar, and then there's Growlithe who you can't evolve until post-game. Again, Magmar couldn't evolve until Gen 4, though, so that's not really his fault. And you technically could do Magmortar in Gen 4. You technically could. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can do that. It's not like Magmortar's not obtainable. You just have to put in some work to get it. They're not just going to have a wild Magmortar. Growlithe can't evolve to the post-game limit because the Firestone's not until after... Can't you get the Firestone in Kanto, though? I'm confused. So are you considering anything after the Elite Four in Johto to be post-game? Because, I mean, the whole idea of that game, though, is that you kind of have to do all 16 badges. That's when it's like considered, hey, you beat Heart Gold, Soul Silver. Or are you just considering Kanto's post-game? Okay, so if you're considering Kanto, anything past the E4 of Johto as post-game, then sure. There's definitely a lot less fire types. But, I mean, if you're considering it as a game as a whole, then that obviously, you know, there's a little bit of like some wiggle room there. Honestly, I don't personally care too much about a fire type. Like, it's not a big deal. It's really just this few grass types. I mean, the thing though, you gotta remember, with every Pokemon game, there are going to be certain typings where there's like, wow, there's really not a lot of those typings in the game. I mean, if you think about Gen 1, Gen 1 still had the same kind of problem as Gen 2. I mean, Gen 1, same thing, the same problem, man. Gen 2 has the same kind of problem. Gen 2 just added a couple. Like, there's just not a lot of Pokemon. You're upset because they only had like 270 Pokemon. It wasn't even 270. I'm sorry. It's like, what number? Hold on. There is literally 251 Pokemon. Okay. By the way, I love Mega Halucha. I do too. I really like it. It's probably one of my favorite megas that they've shown so far. I genuinely like it a lot. It's a great Pokemon. I cannot wait to see it shiny. I have very high hopes for it. But yeah, there's 251 Pokemon with Gen 1 and 2 combined. And if we go through, I will count how many fire types there are total, okay? There's 1, 2, 3, being Charmander, Charmeleon, Charizard. Those are starters, okay? Let's continue. Vulpix, Ninetales, that's 4, 5. Growlithe, Arcanine, 6, 7. Okay. Let's keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Oh, there you are, Magmar. Okay, 8. And then Flareon, 9. So there are, and then Moltres, 10. So there are 9 regular fire types, 3 of them being starters, and then the last one being a legendary. So yeah, there's really only a few, but they're not necessarily, but version exclusives, oh my gosh, you're getting hung up on a version exclusive thing though, but if you had them, you could trade them, so it's not, the game knows what it's doing, in that sense. The whole idea is it wants you to trade, okay? What I'm trying to explain, though, is that from generation to generation 1 to generation 2, there was only 10, I think I counted 10 fire types here. There's 10 fire types. 1 is a legendary, 3 are starters. Then, in generation 2, you have Cyndaquil, Kulava, Typhlosion, another 3 that are all through starters, okay? So that's 13. Then if you scroll down here, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Okay, we're looking for a fire type. There's no fire types there. There's no fire types there. Ah, Slugma, Macargo. Okay, 14, 15. Okay, now you keep going. Keep going. Obviously, there's Magby. You could technically hatch a Magby, but again, who wants a Magby, right? Okay, and then you have Entei and Ho-Oh. So, what is that, 15, 16 Pokemon that you could get? Now, again, remember, there are a few Pokemon. Oh, and Houndour and Houndoom. Yeah, I think I accidentally skipped them. So, there's literally less than 20 fire types, okay? Literally less than 20 fire types. 3 of those Pokemon are starters from Gen 1. Another 3 are starters from Gen 2. So, that's 6 out of the 20. So, that's, what, 14 other Pokemon? Minus 3 for the legendaries. So what did I've already lost track. There is not very many fire types, but the point is, there weren't a lot of Pokemon. That's what I'm getting at. There's not a lot of Pokemon. No, I'm not proving you right. I'm literally proving the fact that there's only 251 Pokemon at that point. There's not a lot of Pokemon to work with. Like, you're saying that you're upset that there's not a lot of fire types when there's so few to begin with from Generation 1 to Generation 2. For me, the Kanto stuff is part of the game concept, so I don't know if the post-game argument is that meaningful. For me, I'm rating Heart Gold and Soul Silver as a game wholly, because that is what Johto is it's Johto, and it has the addition of Kanto. That is a full game. It is a game with 2 regions in it. Hence why it's one of the best selling points of it being one of the best Pokemon games, is because it has 2 regions in one. Like, hello? I don't know, man. I really just don't know what to tell you. You're upset that they didn't have more than 251 Pokemon back in Gen 2, and I'm sorry. They didn't have more than Generation 2 251 Pokemon. That's what they had. I'm sorry, okay? They didn't have more Pokemon yet. I am so sorry that they did not have 50 fire types to choose from, okay? We're moving on. We spent way too much time on the fire type thing when it's really just not even that relevant. Elm has no speaking of relevance, okay, Elm has no relevance and Oak just takes center stage. That's because Elm is a really pathetic professor. But why is that something you hate about the game? Generation 3, the dude is, Professor Birch is literally getting chased around and harassed by a Poochyena. Just drop kick that dog. What, like, hello? Elm is, yeah, he's kind of like, oh, he's nerdy and he's kind of helpless and clueless and, oh no, Professor Oak kind of stole my game. Okay? Professor Birch is getting chased around by a Chihuahua. So yeah, the Pokemon professors, there are some good ones, there's some bad ones. It's not necessarily a Heart Gold problem. So we're moving on from that one. Flash isn't an HM, so pray you don't forget one of the most useless moves that only has use or significant use in the postgame. I don't even think I ever remember even needing Flash for most of the things. Again, you could just bump around in the cave until you find your way. I mean, Flash is like an optional thing, really. They literally made it and not an HM because it's so optional that they didn't really even care if you got it because you don't necessarily need it. It's not required. They need to lean on everything. They need to lean on Kanto for everything, even for new characters. Bro! They're just doing what Generation 2 did, though. That's what Gen 2 did, is it leaned so heavily into Kanto because they were like, oh man, this is our second game ever. You know, we gotta have some of the content from Kanto, Generation 1, that we know people liked. And, you know, hoping that Gen 2 is just as good. I mean, I don't know why they did that. They could have just made Johto a standalone game. I don't know why they made it with Kanto and, you know, and Johto together in one game. I don't know why they did that. But again, I can't take that point and then be like, Gen 2 shouldn't have, and if they had, they should have still had an identity. I can't control the fact that Gen 2 did that, though, and Heart Gold and Soul Silver shouldn't be being punished for something that they did in Generation 2. I mean, that doesn't belong on this doc. That doc just belongs on why I don't like what they did about Generation 2. A few of these things kind of feel that way. Or a separate doc of I don't like these things that Pokemon as a whole does. Because if you made that doc, I'll contribute to a bunch of the points myself. I'll join you on that doc. We'll have a doc. We could have 8 pages we could do together. Okay? Alright, let's continue. Celadon Shop has nothing good for a post-game shop. I don't even remember what Celadon Shop has off the top of my head. Let's look it up quick, okay? Oh my goodness. Let's take a look, okay? Celadon Department Store. Potion, Super Potion, Hyper Potion, Max Potion, Full Restore, Revive, Antidote, Paralyze Heal, Awakening, Burn Heal, Full Heal, Pokeball, Great Ball, Ultra Ball, Escape Rope, Pokedoll, Repel, Super Repel, Max Repel, Grass Mail, Flame Mail, Bubble Mail, Space Mail, whatever. Okay, and then the third floor has TM, Frustration, Return, Swagger, Captivate, Taunt, Torment, Safeguard, Dig, Stealth Rock, Brine, Avalanche, Dark Pulse. I mean, out of those, there's some really solid ones. I don't remember if you can get Dark Pulse anywhere else or if you can get Stealth Rock, but those are really good. More mail on the 4th floor. The 5th floor has all of the X things, and then the EV items, which, I mean, are good, but, you know, again, it's only if you're EV training. Fresh water, soda pop, and lemonade on the 6th floor. I mean, yeah, I guess I'd say Celadon is kind of... Celadon, what was it called? Celadon Shop. It's very mid. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I can't really even, like, say that that's a complaint, though, for Heart Gold and Soul Silver. I mean, are there other shops that have bad items either during the playthrough or even post-game? Like, I don't feel like that's an exclusive issue. What are we at? We are at, hold on, we're at 63 out of 85 Blinding Duck. I'm sorry, I haven't been reading all the numbers. Kind of just been like progressing. We're at 63 out of 85. I don't know if I can. I might be able to give you a half point. I guess I could give you a half point because, yeah, for a post-game shop, it doesn't really have anything groundbreaking. But if it did have groundbreaking stuff, your next one, number 64, would just be Celadon Shop is hiding all the good stuff post-game. I hate that it's hiding all this good stuff post-game. So, I mean, like, based on what you have here as issues and what you don't have here as issues, if Celadon had good stuff, you would have just added it to your list of why you hate it. So, I mean, I might be able to give you a half point. So, like, overall, you're at 2 full points now. Okay? Number 64. You need to complete the Pokedex to get a Kanto starter. God forbid you had to work for something. I am so sorry. All in-game locations are the same biome, and weather is so bland to explore. All in-game locations are the same biome, and weather is so bland to explore. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't really think you ever really thought about that too much. I mean, obviously Gen 3 did a really good job of bringing a whole like weather type thing into the mix of Pokemon, but you're trying to remember, you got to keep this in mind. Heart Gold Soul Silver is a remix of Johto. Johto didn't have that. So this is a problem you have with Johto, and you have a problem with it in this game because they didn't change that. Could they have added some weather? Couldn't they have given it some cool video? Yeah, they could have. But the point is it's a remake with a few things added. It was like one of their first, not their first remakes, obviously Leaf Green and Fire Red, but it was like one of their first remakes. And, like, they didn't do too much more with Leaf Green and Fire Red. So do you hate Fire Red and Leaf Green for the same reasons? Like, do you feel that way? Made something old again, so they should have added more. You gotta remember, a remake is not always something where they have to reinvent the wheel and dump too much into it. It's supposed to stay true to the original with maybe a couple things added, and that's what this game does. That's what this game does. No, they don't ever need to remake 8 and 9 Blinding Duck. Those do not need to be remade. It's okay. We can just let those go. That would be cool. No, they can let those go. You're thinking only in extremes. I'm not. I'm really not. I'm thinking about this very rationally. You are wanting them to make a Gen 2 remake and add so much to it. Like, you're wanting what they did for Oraz, but you're not thinking about the fact that Generation 2 only had Generation 1 and Generation 2 to pull from. That's all they had at that point. They couldn't add Generation 3 and onward mechanics because they didn't exist for this remake. They, like, in the grand scheme of, like, the time of the game, they didn't do that. Like, the fact that Oraz added so much stuff from Generation 6... Heart Gold and Soul Silver is more like BDSP than you're willing to admit. No! Because it's so not. It's so not. That doesn't even make sense. Came here for the shiny hunting, stayed for something better, honestly. I don't know, man. I just feel like the only similarity that they have is that they're remakes. That's the only similarity. And the difference between the two is one is a good remake and one is not. And you're going to say that it's BDSP that's the good one. Because obviously, clearly, with your 85 reasons. Same story, new graphics, and one new area to explore. This sounds similar to you? It's a remake! BDSP is bad for multiple reasons. Its loading time is terrible. The fact that a digital copy and a physical copy take more time to load or like soft reset for shiny hunting, those are stupid reasons. The art style is stupid. They didn't make the art style of Heart Gold and Soul Silver stupid though. They kept true to a Generation 4 kind of feeling. Like, I don't know what to tell you, man. I really don't. Like, and so many of these things are like repeat issues, just reformatted in a different phrasing. And that's what I'm like, I feel like you have some valid feelings and like problems, but like I feel a lot of them are targeted at Generation 2 and Generation 1 being limited, and that you're upset that they didn't add crazy things and reinvent the wheel for a remake that is trying to stay true to Generation 1 and 2. Lapras only spawn in one place on Fridays. Okay, well, what about fucking Drifloon on Fridays in Gen 4? Bro, like, again, that's a cool, quirky little thing. You can't hate that. Get that off this list. That's stupid. NPC Pokemon are never fully evolved. You already said that in, like, the other thing, like, 30 reasons ago, only it was about Team Rocket. So clearly, it's a problem that expands past Team Rocket, and it's a problem that expands overall, and it's not even just this game. It's just a thing in general. There's so many examples of that in other Pokemon games where you're like, oh, bruh, they're not evolved. Sound effects sound like car alarms? What? I feel like that's highly subjective. I don't know. I don't think I've ever played through Heart Gold and Soul Silver and was like, wow, that sounds like car alarms. I hate it. They gave the Moonstone a harder hiding spot. Oh my god, you had to work harder to find it. Wow. I am so sorry. Every route has at least 15 trainers. You complained about there not being enough EXP because they're all underleveled, but they give you more trainers to counter the fact that there's less. So you want less trainers with higher leveled Pokemon. That's what it sounds like. You're sounding like you like have a lot of things that you're unhappy about, but then you complain about the exact opposite thing. Silver's character arc is post-game ? Silver's character arc is post-game ? Exclamation point. I'm trying to just like register this. Since when is a character's arc not allowed to be post-game? Like, why is that? You're literally, like, think about the DLC in Scarlet and Violet. Kieran, for example, okay? Kieran has all of his entire existence as a trainer, and his arc in development is all post-game. No, it doesn't need to be the main story. That is such a, like, a specific thing to say. And who gives a fuck about Silver? He's literally the rival, and we just got done saying he's stupid. His team's stupid. Like, no, why do we even care? Why does that matter? Important battles hardly use any Johto Pokemon. It's because Johto didn't have a lot of Pokemon to work with, and they leaned way too hard on Kanto, and guess what? That's how it was in the OG Gen 2 games, too. So again, that's not Heart Gold and Soul Silver's fault. Important battles are stacked with repeats. Yeah, again, there's limited Pokemon, and usually the person you've battled is going to have a similar team because it's their team. One of the least threatening Elite Fours. I mean, the Elite Four in Generation 2 is really not scary. You're right there. I'll give you that point. But that's literally not Heart Gold and Soul Silver's fault. I agree, but it's not their fault. Koga couldn't even stick to his type. Koga couldn't stick to his type because there wasn't enough of his type to stick to, and they like forced him to switch to become more interesting. Okay? The whole Koga switch, it was a really odd thing, and it was just so they could add Koga's daughter as a gym leader for Generation 2. Like, that's just kind of, they really could have done a better job writing that, but that would have had to have been done back in Gen 2, not in Heart Gold Soul Silver. I mean, yeah, they could have done that. But they didn't do that. They didn't do that even in the first Generation 2 games, man. I don't know what to tell you. Like I said, it's a remake. So, like, a lot of the problems you have, you really, truly have about Gen 2. And that's the truth of the matter when you really think about this. Koga, okay, we already read that. Grinding takes 10 times as long because the wild Pokemon are extremely underleveled and under-evolved. Okay, so yes, a lot of the Pokemon are lower leveled, but you can also go to specific areas that have higher leveled Pokemon. I mean, that's just a thing that you had to do in older Pokemon games. If, like, hey, a lot of the Pokemon here are underleveled, you go to where the Pokemon are the highest level possible to grind. It's just very simple. My neighbor's kids are having a screaming tantrum? Bruh. I can hear it through the wall. My issue is that it's a remake and they didn't have the chance to actually fix the issues. Okay, but the thing is, they didn't necessarily... This game wasn't responsible for fixing issues. It's just a remake of the game. That's what I'm trying to get at. Like, Oraz didn't take things that were not good and fix them, because overall I feel like Oraz, like, Generation 3 had a lot of good things and didn't really have a lot of issues though. So when they made Oraz, they didn't like change things, they simply kept it honest to its remake, but then in a 3D plane with Generation 6 mechanics added. So it's like, I feel like, I will say, I think the Oraz remake is somewhat unfair to compare to, because I really feel like that game is so good for the fact that they took what they had and like put it into a whole new means of a game. Like they were like, this is an old Generation 3 game. We're doing a lot of work here to make it a 3D game. It's unfair to compare it to because it had not just effort, it had an entire new face to it. Everything about Oraz was so new compared to Generation 3. I genuinely think that Generation 2, just the original Silver, Gold, and Crystal, was as much like, there was not as much like improvement on Pokemon games from that time period to when they made this remake. Like there was a few things added. There were a few things added, but what I guess I'm trying to say is there wasn't like this gap of time of like hardware changes and software changes. There was like, when you take Generation 3 to Generation 6, it feels so much further than it does from Generation 2 to Generation 4 remake. It feels like night and day, and I feel like Oraz gets an unfair advantage in the fact that it had all of the improvements from all those years of Gen 1 to Gen 6 versus Gen 2 to Gen 4. It's literally, there was a 1 generation gap in between the two of them, and then in Generation 4. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you want to say there was an effort with effort being put into it, I don't think it had anything to do with effort. I really think it had a lot to do with the fact that there was just less content that they could add to it. Like, definitively, Generation 3 to Generation 6 is 3 generations. Generation 2 to Generation 4 is only 2. So it had 1 extra generation of things to improve and learn from than the others did. So, I mean, if you want to say Oraz is a better remake, then sure, that's fine. You can say that. It had more time. It had more development. It had new things added. It is definitively an amazing remake with so much more added to it that it almost feels like it's a new game. Like, when I play Oraz and then go back and play old Gen 3 games, it feels almost like a completely different game, but still familiar. And I love it for that. But when you play Generation 2 and then you play Heart Gold, Soul Silver, they are so similar. So, I mean, you were trying to say that you dislike Heart Gold, Soul Silver because it's too similar. I just am trying to say that I think they did a really good job remaking a game and staying true to its original game, more so than Oraz stayed original to its game. It just stayed similar and added so much to it. And they're both great for different reasons. You keep bringing up separate things to brush aside my points instead of tackling them. Your excuses are excuses, but not points. But none of these are actual valid points. You only have 2 so far. That's what I'm trying to say. You have 2 points that actually pertain to Heart Gold and Soul Silver. The rest of the issues are Generation 1 and Generation 2 issues that you have. None of them actually make Heart Gold and Soul Silver bad. The only one you have so far is the actual phone call. The fact that Mom can or cannot save your money for you, and the fact that this, like, I forget what the other one that you got a half point for was. Sell it on shop. Let's get through these because we're almost at the end. Important battles, hardly use any Johto Pokemon. We already did that. Important battles are repeats. We already did that. The Elite Four being whack. Koga. Grinding takes 10 times as long. Boo-hoo. Starter probably has cut for 90% of the game. Your starter does not have to be the Pokemon that you have cut on. There are other Pokemon who can have cut. You don't necessarily have to teach your starter cut. If you choose to do that, that's your choice, and I don't think that belongs on this list. That is a choice. That is not like you're forced. Meganium has no coverage. Meganium's ass. So again, I don't even understand why that's here. We can all agree Meganium's ass. I can't fly from Johto to Kanto or vice versa. No, you can't. Okay? Somebody's editing the document as we're reading right now, and this is hilarious. Moral of the story, Crest doesn't know what a book is. I do. I'm fucking reading a book right now, okay? I'm literally reading a book right this second, okay? Flying from Johto to Kanto, I don't know. I'm guessing same problem with why you couldn't in Gen 2. Suppose it's probably like a hardware limitation. But again, I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, it's not a Heart Gold Soul Silver problem, though. They aren't valid points to you because you aren't associating them with separate things. I could say that green beans suck and you'd rise to defense to the defense of peas. No, we're talking about green beans. Green beans. If you were saying green beans suck, I'd say, okay, well, are they canned green beans? Are they frozen green beans? Are they fresh green beans? It's all about perspective. How did you cook them? Are you eating them raw? Are you using seasoning? Like, you know what I'm saying? There's a lot to it. You're thinking one-dimensionally. A lot of these complaints on here are one-dimensional complaints. I don't like this. I don't like that. I had to work. This is limited. This is post-game. Like, you know what I'm saying? There's not, like, depth to a lot of these points. So many friendship evolutions are needed for a solid team. Well, God forbid you had to be friends with your Pokemon. I'm sorry, Silver. Growlithe early spawn from Crystal is removed. That's because it's not Crystal. That's the thing, though. If they made a Crystal remake, then I guarantee you Growlithe would probably be there. I actually hope to God they make a Crystal remake. Because if they make a Crystal remake, it'll probably be better than Heart Gold and Soul Silver. And then we can put this entire argument to bed because then everybody will be like, oh, Crystal's the definitive Gen 2 remake. And it probably will be. Pokegear keeps spamming me. I mean, are you talking about the Pokegear as in, like, the phone call thing? Because you already covered that. Because of the level curve, so many Pokemon don't even have good stab moves at the end of the game. I don't even know. I don't even know how to respond to that. Level curve, so many Pokemon don't have their good stab moves at the end of the game. I mean, is it a problem with the level curve so much as it is that the Pokemon don't get good moves until a higher level? Which is a problem that a lot of people complain about in multiple Pokemon games as a whole. I don't think the level curve necessarily has anything to do with the fact that that Pokemon learns that level at that time. You can just spend more time grinding. You truly could. Like, you know what I'm saying? There is a solution to the problem. Crystal was an upgrade. They should have just kept the upgrade. I think making a remake of Crystal would have been awesome. I don't know why they didn't do that. Again, I can't fault Heart Gold and Soul Silver for their choice to not do that. And I already just said that if they made a Crystal remake, like today, if we were to get a Crystal remake today, or if we had gotten a Crystal remake on 3DS, do you know how hard that would have gone? Like, if it had been like Auraz style, but Crystal. It probably would have been like one of the best Pokemon games ever made. Alright, we're down to the last few here. Let's finish this up. The last gym gives out Dragon Breath, ? Not Pulse or anything for the 8th gym. Okay, listen. The 8th gym leader didn't even want to fucking give you the badge, let alone give you a TM, okay? So if anything, the way I've always thought about this, I think about it as like a character trait. That she didn't want to give you the badge, so she gives you a shitty TM as well. Because she's petty, okay? So it's not like, it's not the game being a bad game, it's literally the character being petty. Like, I'm not even going to give you Dragon Pulse here. You can have Dragon Breath. And then Gift Eevee is level 5 at the 4th gym. Okay, but what if they had given you an egg and it had been level 1 or 1-5? You know what I'm saying? You're complaining about a gift Pokemon and that it's low leveled, whether you're at the 4th gym or the 8th gym. If it had been an egg, it would have been a low level Pokemon anyways. You know, like, I don't know what else to say. That was number 85. We just went through 85 reasons, and you got maybe 2 points. That is the end of that. I stand by the fact that Heart Gold and Soul Silver is a good remake for Gold and Silver. I admit, based on a lot of the things you pointed out here, that there seems to be some issues with Generation 2 and Generation 1 limitations, but those are just things you have to accept about Generation 1 and Generation 2. You can hate them or love them, but you have to accept that. And Heart Gold and Soul Silver did not create those problems. It simply just kept what was already there and added a couple new things. And that is my final comment on this topic for today. If you guys want to read the Google Doc, I will put it in the description after the stream is done. I will put it in there because I don't think you can edit it while you're live. Because I already tried to go to the description and it didn't give me an option to edit. So I'm guessing YouTube lets you do it after? Question mark. It's in the Discord though, so if you guys are in the Discord, you guys can always read it. I actually like this type of content. You guys should do more of these. Whether it's you, Pandemonium, or anybody else who wants to like make a list, maybe not so fucking long. Chris, I'm so confused. You spend an hour pointing completely unrelated things. They're not unrelated. They're all related. Every single thing of every point I said was related. You spent however long you spent making a list of 85 things saying why you hate Heart Gold and Soul Silver when Heart Gold and Soul Silver was not responsible for like 98% of the things you complained about. They were all things that already pre-existed. You're going to send Scarlet and Violet? I think you and I are going to agree on Scarlet and Violet a lot more. Okay, you're going to get a lot more points from Scarlet and Violet. Honestly, you know what? Fuck it. I want one of these for every single Pokemon game. I genuinely could sit here and go through, and honestly, I'd even say do 100 things. Make it 100 things. Even if some of them are repetitive. I know I complained that some of these were redundant or repetitive or rephrased. I don't care. If that's what it takes, do 100 reasons for all the Pokemon games why you don't like them. And honestly, Pandemonium, you should make a video on your channel going through your own 100 reasons and then see what the comments say. I would love to see what other people think. And I would love you to go through your list and like a video or a stream and explain in-depth more reasoning on each of them because I would love to hear that. You can only really get so much from a sentence on a list of 83 things. Like, I know I just literally tasked you with making a Google Doc for 100 reasons for every Pokemon game, and that's probably way daunting and way too much stuff to work on. But I'm not kidding. I would genuinely react to all of them and read them all, because I genuinely think that on some of them, I'll probably agree with you. My feelings have not been swayed. I still love Heart Gold, Soul Silver. I don't think that's going to change. I think my eyes are opened to some complaints. And I think I can understand why some people don't like Heart Gold and Soul Silver based on a lot of the things I saw on that list. But there are things that are from Generation 2 and or limitations from Gen 1 to Gen 2. And, you know, it is what it is. Can't really say much more about that. Gen 9 is ass. Dude already has a Google Doc ready. I'm clicking on it. I'm not reacting to it now. We'll be here another hour and a half. List of reasons why I think Pokemon Scarlet and Violet are dog shit. There's yabba dabba dabba blah 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 yada. I'm gonna guess that's because there's too much dialogue. Oh my god, you actually do have 100 reasons. I don't know if these are actually... Number 100 is my dog stepped on a bee. Bruh. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. We're not reacting to that today, though. We're actually going to do some shiny hunting because we spent an hour and a half reacting and trying to defend Heart Gold, Soul Silver. But I am actually pretty excited about the Gen 9 one. What's another game from the Pokemon that gets a lot of controversy? We finished the list. We finished the list, Swift. We finished the list, and I still love Heart Gold, Soul Silver. That's what happened. And a lot of the issues that were on that list are issues that Gen 2 had that simply didn't change in Heart Gold, Soul Silver. So therefore, Heart Gold and Soul Silver was getting hate because they didn't improve things that should have been improved, apparently, from Gen 2. Alright, we're going to start actually hunting Regirock. Let's do this. Regirock's just like, holy shit. He unloaded. He unloaded all of that. Okay. I also feel like the emulators got fucked up and everything's not how it was looking before. I had it looking so good at the beginning of the stream. And I don't care. We're gonna just go. I don't care. Crest, I'm gonna try one more time to enjoy Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and I'm gonna stream it. Yes, you should try it. Try it. I'll watch it. You literally ping me when you're streaming it. I will watch it and I will enjoy it with you. And I'll tell you what, if there's things during your playthrough that you're not liking, or like if you're like, hey, I just found this thing that I really don't like, and you point it out during the stream, I will have an open mind to it. I will watch it from the perspective of maybe how it could annoy or be a problem for other people. Okay? Because I've never, ever in my mind ever thought of any of these things as issues, but I will have an open mind if you stream it. Okay? Did you guys talk about Scarlet and Violet? No, that's gonna be for another stream. I'm not going through another Google Doc with 100 things right now. No more crash outs for today. My voice is shot. You've literally absolutely destroyed my vocal cords for today. All right. Let's go ahead and actually get started. Enough dilly-dallying. My voice is also shot. I've been cackling like a maniac. I'm sure a lot of you have probably been laughing because this is not the normal type of content you guys are used to. You guys are used to like a very laid back, very like composed, crestfallen. I want you guys to know 95% of the time in real life, like when I'm just existing, this is how I actually am. I am ridiculous, okay? But here's the thing. I'm always worried to be like that when I'm streaming or like making videos because I'm like, oh, people are going to think I'm fucking insane or like they're not going to like the cursing and oh no, YouTube is going to be upset. But you know what? At the end of the day, we already have a very small, consistent audience. I highly doubt you guys are really gonna care. And then if we get new people who don't like that, then too bad, I guess. What do you guys think? Let me know in the comments. In the comments, in the chat. Hello? It really just comes down to being more authentic and not being like worrying about YouTube or worrying about you know, what people might think. I guess that's the problem. I kind of like likened it to I was talking with Mrs. Crestfallen the other day, and she was saying how I think it was during the Spooky Scary Soul Link. During the Spooky Scary Soul Link, that like a lot of times when we were doing that she was trying to be like silly or like chaotic, and I was like being almost, I guess, boring or cold almost. And I looked back and I was like, damn, that is not at all what I was trying to do. Like, I think I get in my head about like trying to have like a certain thing we're presenting on YouTube. But I don't think it should matter. I really think that having the fun should be the thing that matters most. And being authentic should be what's most important. So I think I'm going to try and do that more. And even if it does end up being a negative of an effect, I guess that, you know, we'll maybe adjust if we need to. But I think I want to try and just be more not so worried, if that makes sense. Like, if you guys remember very early Jacksepticeye, where he'd be like, hello, top of the morning. You know, like, he'd be like, he had to try to do a certain thing because he felt like that was what was the proper thing to do. I think I've gotten too worried about what's proper and just stopped having fun as much. So I want to try and have more fun. You guys are not responding in chat. You guys are scaring me. This is why I get nervous about being authentic. You guys are like, oh my god. He's cursing. He's crashing out. He's not shiny hunting. We don't know who this guy is. I'm just listening while shiny hunting. Now you're good. This is just actually genuinely important stuff that I actually do want the feedback on because it very much so determines how we proceed going forward. That's why I'm just bringing this up right now. I was like up until 2 o'clock in the morning thinking about random things last night, and this was like one of the things in my head that I was just like, you know, if I'm going to spend time streaming and I'm going to be doing all this, I don't want to have to censor me as a person. I want to be able to just be random and funny and just have fun. And not have to be like worried about YouTube being like, hey, we don't like cursing and we don't like craziness. Because, yeah, just be yourself, dude. We're all here for the high and the low. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. Because there's a lot of highs, if you know what I mean. I'm just kidding. Sometimes. But yeah, there's also a lot of lows, and unfortunately that does just kind of happen. I think in our last stream we kind of had like a little therapy session, which felt good to talk about, and I think it's just kind of like the same vibe of I just want to be me. Because a lot of people in day-to-day life, or like that I'm like actually personally friends with, they seem to like me, so I might as well just be me. Oh my gosh. Okay. I do think the 4 emulators are still like causing a little bit of lag. I think I mentioned that the other day when we streamed. That 3 emulators run so much better, and it makes it so that they're like all in sync. Is the counter on? Fuck, no, it's not. Hold on, thank you. I closed the tab because I had the Google Doc open, and I forgot that I had the shiny counter open on the other tab. There we go. Thank you. Okay, there we go. We got everything going good and good. Okay, 525. I don't like that it's an odd number, and it's because we were hunting in 3s, and then I switched it to 4 today. We ended on 501, which I didn't like yesterday, or not yesterday, whatever day it was we streamed. I'm sorry, I keep saying yesterday. I didn't like that we ended on 501, but the only way I could have fixed it was if I literally hunted 3 more Reggies off screen, and then we got to 504, and then it was just going in 4s, which I probably should have done. Maybe at the end of the stream, we'll do 1 extra Reggie shiny or encounter just to make it like the correct number, because I don't like it being 525. I like the satisfaction of it ending on an even number. Like, hey, we're at 1,000, like not 1,001. You know what I mean? That's probably just OCD or autism or something. I don't know. It's something. It's definitely something, because it triggers me more than it probably should as a normal person. So. Oh, man. All right, 529. We should get to 1,000 subs, but no more. I mean, if I get to 1,000 subs, I'm gonna already be so happy. We actually used to have 1,000 subs. I don't know, for any of you guys have been here for a long time. Okay, I got to 1,000 subs a long ass time ago. A long ass time ago. Like within the first few years that I had this channel, and I was posting so much random shit. And I got to 1,000 subscribers, and then I like rehauled my entire channel and was like, I don't want this on my channel. This isn't what I want to do. I want to do Pokemon. Like I had Beyblade content. I literally had years of Beyblade content and years of Lego content. And I think that there's probably a couple things that stayed on the channel just for like old time's sake kind of vibes. But I genuinely, my entire channel was so different before. Jack's waiting for you to get to 1,000 just to unsub. He probably is. Fucking Jack. Swear to God, you carry 1 soul link and then you think you're just entitled, man. I could have named that Glastier after any other one of you guys, and you would not have let the power get to your head. But I had to go and name him Jack, and Jack's just like, I'm the fucking man. SMH my head. All right, we're at 533. Let's get this shiny Reggie. It's funny, today I was debating on whether or not I was going to continue shiny hunting for Regirock. Because we have so many other shiny hunting projects that I have either in the works or really want to start. So for example, we already started the Heart Gold Soul Silver shiny badge quest. We already have our starter, even though it wasn't the one I wanted. I wanted Totodile. It's okay though, we don't talk about that. And I need to get our second encounter before we can progress. I think we were already like 2,000 encounters or something into that one. I really want to continue that stream. That would have been an actually really good stream to do today. Given the topic of the whole Heart Gold Soul Silver doc. But we didn't. And then the other one is that we're going to be doing a black and white. Well, technically, I forget which one it is that I'm doing. I don't remember. I think it's black because I like Reshiram better. We're doing a Pokemon Black Shiny Badge quest where we're going to have to do the gift box simulator to get our shiny starter. And I was going to go for Tepig because I don't have Tepig yet and I have the other starters. And then that could take forever because it took our cousin 8 years on and off again of shiny hunting to get that. And it literally was like 60,000 encounters or some ridiculous number. My dude got so unlucky. So we have that project that I want to do. I'm always confused that Reshiram is the mascot of the black version, right? I always thought that was stupid. I feel like Reshiram should have been white, and then Zekrom should have been black. But no, they had to go and swap them. If it's gonna die if I don't charge it. Uh-oh, you better charge it. Better charge it. What is your guys' take on the best 3DS era console? So obviously there's the OG 3DS, there's the 3DS XL, there's the 2DS, there's the 2DS XL, there's the new 3DS XL. Out of all those, I own 3DS XL and a 2DS. Those are the ones that I have. I have actually really wanted a 2DS XL because I actually thought the concept of it looked pretty cool. I liked how they looked. Yeah, and then in black and white too, they swapped it back. Like, bro, they're debating us. They're literally debating us. Straight up. Such a stupid thing to do and then swap it back. Maybe they got a lot of people that felt bad about it, and then they were just like, okay, fine, we'll fix it. A rare time that Pokemon actually changed something that people didn't like. Am I right? The 2DS XL looks cool and feels good, because that's the one you have, right, Swift? I've heard that that's really good, and they have a few, like, they actually have, like, a Pokemon version that looked really cool. My goat is the 2DS XL. Yeah. I didn't ever get one. I think at some point, if I ever get into collecting more of the handhelds, like, just to have, like, as a collector, I probably would get a 2DS XL, maybe, like, one of the Pokemon ones. Regular 3DS. Hey, that's what's up, man. That's what's up. I didn't like the regular 3DS because I felt like it was too small for my giant meaty claws. So like the 3DS XL felt so good as a handheld for me. But I've been told that the 2DS XL essentially feels very similar. And that, you know, would be comfortable. The 2DS definitely feels kind of small in my hand, but I like that it's kind of like a Nokia phone, like a brick. Like I feel like I could drop it down a flight of stairs and it'd be okay. Or like I could like bludgeon somebody in the head with it if I needed to as like a weapon. And it would be pretty effective. I think the other like flip ones wouldn't work as well. So yeah, that's kind of like one of the perks of the 2DS. I also feel like, call me crazy, but I feel like the 2DS loads and moves a little quicker than the 3DS XL. Because I've done like shiny hunts like side by side with my 3DS XL and then the 2DS next to each other, doing the exact same like input at the exact same time, and the 2DS just feels like it's a little quicker. It also feels a little snappier loading the game. I don't know if that's just because my 2DS is modded. It could be. It could be. I don't know. But it just feels like it feels a little nicer, even though it's smaller. Crest out of context. Don't clip that. Oh, God. All right. W reference. Thank you. Thank you. Did we get all the emulators in sync this time? I think we did. That's so satisfying when they actually are all at the same time. I can't tell you how annoying the overlay is right now because it looks so bad, and I don't want to touch anything to fix it, because if I try and touch it and fix it, we're going to be here for like 15 minutes, and then if I slightly move one of the emulators, it's going to it doesn't actually take what this emulator is doing and put it one to one. You know what it does? I'll tell you what it does. It takes the whole freaking window of Citra, and if you move it, it adjusts it, and I hate that. I don't know why. Make a plus in the middle center. Yeah, I want to move it, but I'm trying so hard to ignore it. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna ignore it, and I don't care that it looks bad, because I had it looking so good at the beginning of the stream, and I'm so upset that just by moving one of the Citra windows that it deleted all of our stuff. Like, I literally have it locked in Streamlabs. Like, nothing should be moving. And yet, what you're actually window capturing is affected by the window. Gasp! Who would have thought that when you do something to the window, that the actual window capture is affected? So maybe what I should be doing is, instead of a window capture, maybe I should be doing a game capture to make sure that no matter what I do to the window, that the game itself isn't moving. Maybe that's what needs to happen. I don't know. Maybe that's what needs to happen. Perhaps I will test it out off stream and see if that does in fact fix the problem. I know it's complicated. It's stupid, just like weird Streamlabs problems. Hashtag Streamlab problems. If you know, you know. I know Pandemonium knows. He be streaming. He knows. When you do a window capture, it's capturing whatever window you have open on your computer, which in my case right now happens to be 4 emulators from Citra. No, not OBS, just like it's Streamlabs, which is like a secondary program of OBS. I'm not using just straight OBS, I'm using Streamlabs because it has more integrations, at least supposedly that's the idea. But with a window capture, the idea is it's capturing whatever window you're using, okay? And then that's what I'm displaying, but I crop it so it has a top screen, because there's also black bars and like the toolbar and shit on the top that I don't want. I just want the top screen, like you would see on the actual Nintendo 3DS. But then when you literally like you could like adjust the, like watch this. There, I made that full screen. The entire thing turns black because all you're seeing is the sidebar. Then if I put it back to like the not maxed out, that's what you're seeing. But the not maxed out one, I made a smaller size so I can actually still see my monitor. So it's not taking up 95% of my screen. It's only taking up like 70% of my screen. But because I just happened to move one during the stream when I was reading the doc, or before even, I don't even remember, it fucked everything up. So, lesson of the story here is I think we need to start doing game capture instead of window capture, and we wouldn't have these problems. Now that we've had our second crash out for the stream on a different topic, let's get back on track, okay? We've got some Cocoa Pebbles to get today, and I don't know about you, but I want some cereal. I always get picky and crop out the top. I'm way too picky about it. I'm so picky about these things. Like, I spend so much time making layouts and stuff. Like, and I have this problem. I have this problem of mine where I'm like, you see this layout right now that we have, the shiny hunting layout? I made this to be our generic layout of like, hey, I want to shiny hunt something, but I don't want to spend hours in Canva making a whole new layout for a specific themed hunt unless it's a really cool Pokemon I want to hunt for, right? I'd rather make a thumbnail for it like I did with this one, but the actual overlay is just generic. It's just my channel's shiny hunting overlay. Whereas like, hold on, I'm gonna give you guys have already seen the Heart Gold thing, but like if you go to the Heart Gold, this one, that's a custom overlay. You see that? Custom overlay that I made like specifically to be themed with like the game in mind. Versus just normal shiny hunting where it's like, okay, that's our shiny hunting one, our color scheme and whatnot. Anyways, there's just so much that goes into it behind the scenes of just trying to make things look nice and pretty. And I don't even know if it usually matters in the grand scheme of things. I mean, I can sleep at night being happy that it looks good, right? And like there are certain times where you guys will be like, oh, that looks really cool. Like back when we did the Mew Shiny Hunt, there were so many people that liked our overlay. And what's crazy to me was I had the free version of Canva. I did all that shit on the free Canva. I didn't even have the premium stuff yet. I could have made it even better with the premium stuff. And I put that together in the free one and people liked it. And then as soon as I was like, damn, I'm going to start streaming and I'm going to spend the money to get a year membership for Canva so I can make all this awesome stuff at the right size and look good. And I feel like that was my downfall because I just spent so much time from then on just making stuff perfect. But yeah, I highly actually do recommend Canva. Obviously not a sponsor because who the fuck is sponsoring us? But I highly recommend Canva Premium. It's really good. It's great for like any type of project you could think of. And it has a lot of features that are really nice that have saved my ass a couple times in the premium feature. So. You need sponsors, though. I do. I really do. I need a singular sponsor at least. Even if it was like Temu or some like ridiculous, like random small thing. I would have the best sponsor. Like, I would be so passionate about my sponsorship. Be like, guys, you guys gotta check this out. Like, Battle Royale, Crash Royale, whatever it's called. Like, you give me a sponsorship, and I'm gonna try so hard. But I don't really think people are looking to sponsor small channels. It's just, it doesn't happen. Back in the day, you could get stuff like that, but that's just not a thing these days. They're like, oh, you don't have at least 1 million subscribers? How are you going to get all of your viewers and exploit them into getting our product? We don't want you. YouTube doesn't even want to let you earn money until you start with at least 1,000 subscribers and everybody watching your streams, and you have to stream like 20 hours a day every day to be able to get any semblance of something. You look like you'd be sponsored by Scentbird. What is Scentbird? The fuck is Scentbird? Should I be offended or complimented? Like, are you gooning, or are you hating on me? Are you capping or no capping? Whatever the young people lingo is these days. I seriously don't know what Scentbird is. You're gonna have to tell me. You look like you'd use... What is Scentbird? I don't even know what that is. Enlighten me. Clearly I don't use it because I don't even know what it is. Scentbird. It's perfume? Hold on. I gotta look this shit up. Scentbird. Official website. I've never heard of Scentbird. Oh, it's like a thing where you can make a quiz to find your own profile for a custom cologne or something like... Dude, are you kidding me? If I got a sponsorship from Scentbird, it wouldn't even be a hard thing to like... I'd be like, listen, okay? When you're a hardcore gamer like me, okay? When you are shiny hunting and you're thousands of over odds on your hunt, you're going to start sweating. And when you start sweating, you're going to start stinking. But with our sponsor today, Bird Scent, you can make your own custom cologne that's perfectly tuned to you as a person. Whatever you like. So no more sweaty gamer moments. Only clutch MLG moments. Check out the description in the link. There we go. That's my audition for a Bird Scent sponsorship. Would you guys give it to me if you guys were Bird Scent? Let me know. I feel like that was pretty good. Fire? Hey, thank you. I feel like it was pretty good. The only inaccurate thing about that ad was that we don't go thousands of encounters over odds. We have such good shiny luck here. So that's the only part that was definitely not accurate. It ain't a shiny hunt till Mrs. Crestfallen reports you missing to 911. Mrs. Crestfallen's never had to report me missing to 911. Not yet, at least. And if she does, we know who did it. It's Jack. It's not even a question. It's Jack. If anything ever happens to me, contact the authorities. You just let them know it's Jack. He did it. Yeah, exactly. I don't like that our first emulator's lagging so much that it's causing everything else to go off of being synced. Okay, everybody get to the green pond, and then we can press A at the same time. There we go. Okay, now everybody wait. There we go. Okay, 561. Here we go. Jack calls her like someone shot crushed out of a pneumatic cannon. No, I don't think Jack would be calling. Jack would just do something horrible and unspeakable, and then just like not say anything. And then there'd be like this whole investigation. Like everybody in the Discord would be panicking. Like, what happened to Chris? What's wrong? What's going on? And then like, you guys don't need to do that though, because guess why? I'm telling you, because whatever happened, it was Jack's doing. He did it. He's to blame. Simple. I ordered the Switch 2 with Legends ZA. Now I feel pretty cool. Oh, you ordered the Switch 2 with Legends ZA? Well, you're in a chat with a lot of people who are kind of against the Switch 2. I'm gonna say congratulations though, because the Switch 2, getting the Switch 2 and Legends ZA, that's pretty awesome. I'm gonna say GG's, congrats. However, I'm still pretty like, I'm not Team Switch 2 yet. I'm really not. I'm not getting a Switch 2 until I have to. Until Pokemon literally grabs me by the shirt collar and is like, listen, if you want to play the new Pokemon game, you got to upgrade to the new console or you'll never play the new Pokemon game. Then and only then. And they're literally reaching in my pocket and grabbing my wallet, okay? Then is the only time that I'm upgrading. Exactly what Pandemonium said. I'm against it, but have fun. Exactly. I'm happy for you because you have it. I am very happy for you. I also, after the stream the other day, when you guys were gaslighting me into trying to figure out where I pre-ordered my ZA from, because I was like, I pre-ordered my ZA from Pokemon Center, and I forget who it was that said, Pokemon Center didn't have the mystery plush, that's a Walmart thing. And I'm like, wait, where did I order it from then? So I went into my emails and was trying to find out, and it was like a month or two ago. Finally found the email, it was from Pokemon Center. So I'm not losing my mind, okay? I don't need help making me feel like I'm losing my mind. That was you? Okay. Yeah, it turns out the Pokemon Center did have that option. So it is... No, you're good. I'm totally just messing around, Blinding Duck. But you genuinely had me second guessing. Dementia Fallen. Bro, shut the fuck up. Unk is losing it. I can just see that in the comments too. That's the next thing. Unk is losing it. Grandpa Fallen. Grandpa's fallen and can't get up. Yeah, I'm going to get a donation bar at the top, and it's going to be for Life Alert. Oh, my God. Oh, God. You know what, Swift? I remember when you first started coming to the streams, and you were like, I'm a minor, I'm a kid. I was like, damn, I really probably especially shouldn't be cursing because, you know, got to set a good example and stuff. And then I thought about it, and I'm like, you know what? I don't think anybody else probably cares that you're a kid. I don't think anybody else is probably censoring themselves, right? And I thought about it also when you said the other day that you're like getting your driver's license. You're growing up. You can handle some cursing. You're fine. It's not like you're 10 years old or 5 years old and I actually have to be worrying about it. GameStop has a better pre-order bonus. Does it? What is it? Well, remind me what GameStop has, because in my opinion, getting a Sitting Cutie plushie that's usually like a $20 plush, for free, it's pretty nice. Pretty nice. I feel like if Chris made it, he'd have Queso's fan base, bruh. I'd have like a combination of Queso and Purple Cliff's fan base. I would never be able to genuinely shiny hunt ever again. All people would want me to do is like print stuff out and react to it. They'd be trying to make me laugh. They'd be trying to just plot my downfall, and they'd be trying to like, they do all the things that they do to Queso and Purple Cliff. They do both of those things. Best Buy is a free Legends ZA playmat. That's kind of cool. I think, well, as a Pokemon TCG guy, I think any excuse to get a free playmat is pretty cool. But I love plushes. I got way too many Pokemon plushes. I didn't even tell you guys about this in the Discord because I completely unplugged for a couple weeks. But me and Mrs. Crestfallen, we went to the ocean. There's a city that has a boardwalk and stuff, and we literally did like a whole bunch of arcade games and stuff. And your boy killed it at the boardwalk, okay? Absolutely killed it. We walked away with a bag of prizes. And one of them, they had actual like Sitting Cutie like Pokemon plushes in the Crane game, and I got a little Volibee plush that I absolutely love. And I came so close to getting this Bouffalant plush, and I was strategic about it. I thought, wow, Bouffalant's got like this giant afro. Surely I should be able to grab it, and like he'll be such an easy prize to claim, right? And so I got him. And I literally, I have him, and I'm like, yes, oh my gosh, I'm going to get Bouffalant. And I get him, like, over where the bin drops. And he slips out at the last second. His afro hits the plexiglass wall of, like, where the prize falls in. It hit the edge of it and bounced back in. And I'm like, no, you got to be kidding me. And so I try again. And sure enough, I grab him again. I have a really good grip on him. And I'm like, I'm not letting you go. Like, I'm getting this plush. Same thing. He hits the edge of the thing as he's about to drop in, only this time he bounces and like rolls all the way to the back. And I was like, okay, I'm done with the Crane games for today. Okay, what did I miss? Hold on. Swift, you're 18. No, I don't think, not yet. Not quite. Where are you from? Arrow said. I I believe, I forget the state, but I know for the United States for sure. Pandemonium said, I did a digital pre-order in America. Yes, you can drive. You can drive at 2 years old. Japan got the better pre-orders, though. I mean, Japan always gets the better stuff, though, right? Did y'all see the Japan McDonald's problems? Yeah. Did you guys? Same thing with the One Piece. They canceled that too for the same people. Like there were so many issues with the Japan McDonald's problem that then One Piece decided to cancel it, and that makes me sad because I feel like it's just it feels really shitty. Can imagine. Also, you pay like $30 for your license. I don't remember. I think it's like 20. It was like $25 when I got mine, so it's like about $30 or something like that. Yeah. Pretty sure I'm the youngest here, but I don't know about you, Arrow. How old are you? I don't know. Okay. I think I believe in my heart. I think Swift is probably our youngest person here. Bro, I paid over 4K. 4K? What? If I went to Japan, I would take 20 minutes for someone to call me. If I went to Japan, it would take 20 minutes for someone to call me Sanji. That's hilarious. I think if I went to Japan, people would just be like staring up at me. They'd just be like shocked. They probably do that anytime a tall person goes like to Japan anyways, though. I remember like there was a video that somebody was like they went to Japan for the first time and they were relatively pretty tall and they got stared at a lot. I feel like that would happen. That happens a lot here too though, so it's not exclusive to Japan. You pay for theory, then driving lessons, and then practice driving. Oh, you got. Oh shoot, you're almost 6'5". Yeah, I'm 6'6". So you know what I'm talking about. You understand the problems. You get what I'm coming at. Not only is it hard to find clothes and shoes, but like you get stared at all the time. Y'all acting like you've never seen a white person before. Jaws all on the floor like Pam and Tommy just walked to the door. They started whooping her ass first before they first were diverse throwing over furniture. Ah. It's the return of the, oh wait, no wait, you're kidding. He didn't just say what I think he did he? And Pandemonium said, nothing. There you go, there's your little M&M for today. Sucks because I don't like standing out. Yeah, who the fuck wants to stand out? Not me. I don't want to stand out. But you know what? The universe was like, guess what? Too bad. And it's even funnier because Mrs. Crestfallen's literally 5 foot. So the height difference is ridiculous. So we genuinely get, like, especially together, we get stared at a lot, and it's really funny. And she's another person that just does not want attention also. So it's like it's a very bad combination for attention. My older brother went to a church event. I believe he went to the Nintendo store there and got me 2 plushes. Hell yeah, that's awesome. I love standing out. Friends of mine call me an anime character because you probably be hitting the JoJo poses. For no reason. You're like I imagine based on that sentence, you're like my one friend Jacob, who he'll do the craziest stuff. He'll just be he is a walking anime character in the nicest way possible. Love that dude. Oh nah, Crest has a shorty. Listen. It's just the way it works sometimes, okay? It's just the way it works. You guys ever see those memes on the internet that are like shorts or again where I'm not on TikTok, but I'm sure a lot of you guys probably are. But there's like these shorts where like if your girl's 5 foot and has 2 vowels in her name, and I don't remember what the premise of it is, but there's like this whole like joking stereotype about like yeah, that's pretty much exactly how it is for me. Artistic be hitting them James poses. No, he hitting the JoJo poses. That's his ringtone. You know that's his ringtone. Prepare for trouble and make it double. To protect the world from devastation. To unite all people within our nation. To denounce the evils of truth and love. To extend our reach to the stars above. Jesse, James, Team Rocket blasting off at the speed of light. Surrender now or prepare to fight. Meowth, that's right. There we go. Impromptu Team Rocket impressions too. Crazy. Why is our emulator behind? Bruh! It's driving me nuts. Gonna get copyright stricken. No, I didn't have the music going. The dum 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 dum. That, can we all agree? Team Rocket's theme absolutely slaps. That theme is such a good little theme. Like it's a handful of notes, but it's so good. Oh my gosh, those few notes just hit me in the nostalgia. The Poke Rap, yeah, the Poke Rap's awesome. You guys remember that one stream? I think it was while we were doing the trying to finish Kanto Shiny decks. We were in Let's Go Pikachu, and I did like the Poke Rap on stream that day, and we got so copyrighted. We also played anime music that day, and we got copyrighted so badly. I don't even know if that video is visible on the channel anymore, because we played like every major anime theme song. We were jamming out. We had such a good day that day. And what's crazy is it had a lot of good viewer retention that day too. Like we had a lot of like new people, and then like a lot of people randomly just popping in and like, wow, this guy's vibing out. But like YouTube's just like, nope, you can't have fun. You can't have fun. Don't do it. Don't you do it. And I took that personally. Check general. Okay, hold on. No, I'm kidding. I hit all of these a few times a day. Oh my gosh, wait. Actually put the poses. Okay. Okay. Okay, dude. That pose number 4? Like what, in what setting? Pose number 5? When? Okay, pose number 7, the last one. That one's warranted. That's actually crazy though. No shot. No shot you'd be hitting that every day. Sorry, a few times a day. My bad. Read that wrong. Crazy. Is this 585 or was that the last one? I don't remember. I can't count. Someone help. I mostly do post 5 and dodgeball. Okay, that's fair. That's reasonable. Understandable. Alright, I need to go fill up my water cup really quick. I'm going to reset the emulators because that way we're ready to go. But your boy needs more water. My throat is still just absolutely in shambles after crashing out with that Google Doc. So I'll be back in just a second. I'm sorry there's no music. It's just going to be awkward dead silence because for some reason the computer doesn't want to have music today. What? 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 What are you doing? Climbing up here? Okay. You gonna hang out while I stream? Yeah? Oh, God. Hello. Dobby has joined the chat. Hello, Dobby. How you doing? Are you good? Are you being a good cat? Yeah, you smell. Dobby is, at this point... No, he's a cat. He is probably... He's still like... Oh, I don't know. Maybe 4 months old still? He's small. He's very small. But he's doubled in size since I found him. And he's a sweet boy. Yeah, he's a sweet boy. Although he also is the most crazy cat I've ever had. He puts the other kittens I've had to shame. He's a menace. He does everything he's not supposed to do. But he's a sweet, handsome boy. So he gets a pass. Okay? He gets a pass. But he's also very bad most of the time. I think Mrs. Crestfallen has pictures of him in our pet channel. I feel like it would seem crazy to me if there aren't pictures of Dobby. I think I even posted a picture of Dobby. If I didn't, I'm slacking, and I definitely need to. I'm back, and all I hear is he's a handsome boy. Yeah, I'm talking about Pandemonium. You got a problem with that, man? Relax. No, I'm talking about the kitten. Dobby has a get out of jail free card premium subscription. He really does. He also, like, Mrs. Crestfallen loves him so much. I mean, of course, I love him. Don't get me wrong. I literally found him and rescued him, so I love him a ton. But he gets on my nerves because, like, right now he's playing with our little dangle thing on the mic, and you're actually uncomfortably close to that candle. Let's not do that, okay? Let's get you away from that. Yeah, he's so cute, but he's so mischievous. I really want a kitten so bad. Are you allergic, or like your parents just don't want a kitten? Is that what it is? I think this is actually 2 times the encounters. I think we're at 597. Oh, I goofed up. No, I didn't do it. It was Dobby. He restarted our counter. Hold on. This is bad. Oh my gosh, Daubert. Daubert, what have you done? Mr. Daubert, you goofed everything up. Bruh. Welcome back, Blinding Duck. Our counter got messed up because Dobby decided to put his little paws on it, and I don't remember what we were at. We were at like 585. I think it was 581. Yeah, I think it was 581. I think we're at 581. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure. Yeah, the next one, no, 601, he double clicked it. That was the problem. My dad always tells me, dog, you're lucky, you're cute. That's crazy. The dog, you're lucky, you're cute. Oh, I read that wrong. Bro. I read that wrong. No, sorry, let me reread that. My dad always tells my dog, you're lucky, you're cute. I literally thought he said, my dad always tells me, dog, you're lucky, you're cute. Oh my gosh, bro. That that makes more sense. Okay. That makes way more sense. That is crazy. Oh, Dobby, why are you climbing me? Ow, you have nails. How long do you guys stay up usually? It depends. As an old man, I go to sleep a lot earlier than I used to. Although last night, I didn't fall asleep till like 4 a.m. And it wasn't for lack of trying. I was desperately trying to go to sleep, but I couldn't. And then I just started like watching YouTube videos of people like getting their house ready for fall and Halloween. And then I was just like finally able to fall asleep. Yeah, not last night. Not last night, my friend. And you know what? All of my teenage years and like early 20s, I was like up until the sun came up. Okay? I was a degenerate. And then would sleep for like 3 or 4 hours and then go to work for like 8 or 9 hours and do it all over again. Oh, Daubert! Daubert, why did you do that to me? Oh, you have claws. So I don't know if you guys remembered. I said the other day, I think I said the other day on the stream, that we just got done having a surgery. Literally last Tuesday. Or not this Tuesday, like the Tuesday that just passed, but the Tuesday right before that, so like a week ago and change. And I've still got like several incisions right now, and he just genuinely just like pushed on one of them and did not feel good. Bro was leveling up his Golbat. It's funny. Wait, from what? So I didn't really talk about it too much. This one, if you guys remember, I had a surgery last year because I hurt my hip and had to have surgery on it. This time, though, something a little bit different, a little more scary. I went and had to go see this doctor because the doctor referred me to go see him, and then he did some tests And then he was like, all right, listen, we're a little worried about cancer. And so he's like, it's not like 100% guaranteed right now, but we're going to do surgery just to ensure that it doesn't become cancer. So they did, and it's going to probably be about like 5 weeks more of recovery. Very, very sore. The first week was absolutely brutal. Hurt like a motherfucker. I've got like 5 incisions right now in my abdomen that are about like an inch and a half each one. So it was not fun. Not a good time. But again, a few like weeks of pain is better than the alternative, right? So that's kind of how I've been having to look at it. Pandemonium got muted again. Dang, he got muted when I'm literally opening up my heart and soul about what's been going on in my life. That's crazy. Unbelievable. Excuse me. But yeah, definitely a little bit more of a serious tone than just I hurt myself. Is YouTube muting people without my permission? That's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy that they're taking it upon themselves to censor our chat. This is what I'm talking about. They don't want us. They don't want us to have fun. They don't want us talking and having fun. Dobby is muting me. Dobby wouldn't even know how to. However, he probably is doing something he's not supposed to be somewhere behind the scenes right now. He was napping, and then when I went out and got water, he woke up and then was just like, oh, okay, I'm now glued to you like Velcro. I come back in here, he's trying to climb me, which he's not supposed to be doing right now because obviously I'm still injured. Proceeds to definitely not help with the healing process, and now he's left, and so he's probably going to go cause mayhem and tyranny somewhere. I don't know what he's going to do, but it's going to be bad. All right, this right here should be 593. Okay, no luck. It doesn't give you the option, what, for the XP thing? That's ridiculous. I still genuinely don't know how it works, and I don't think I have not been in anybody's actual stream chat since they rolled this out. I think I popped into Skithra's the other day just to say hi quick, and I was like automatically number 2, and I hadn't even done anything but say like 4 chats. So I don't really know how it works. I just don't know. Possibly because of minor account. Yeah, I thought about that too. I don't know if that maybe could be part of it. Maybe like when you made the thing, it has like extra security. Maybe you have to go into settings and fix that. I don't know. Unless you just told YouTube you're over 18 and you didn't have to have a minor account. There's also that option. So I feel like that's what a lot of people do. You have it. Oh, so you do actually have it as your actual age. Yeah, that could be part of it then. That actually really might be part of it. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm sure you could probably Google it, and it'll probably tell you if that's a thing or not. I would be willing to bet that's probably what it is. I had to spin the chair to get her off. Wait, well, sorry. I missed the actual context of that. That was about to be like, bro, that's a wild sentence. Once I was sitting in a swivel chair, and my cat got her paw stuck on my pants and got all her other paws stuck trying to get it off, and I was standing sideways on my pants like Spider-Man. That's hilarious. That's such a cat thing. Actual cat moment. I love when cats do silly stuff like that, though. It is funny. But don't climb me. I'm made of flesh and bone, and you have claws, and they hurt, and I don't want to be climbed. There's a cat tower in the living room for if you feel like climbing. Mm-hmm. literally part of me that you would be climbing is the part of me that has incisions. So let's not do that, okay? Otherwise, you're going to go in the bedroom and you're going to be in a little timeout. And you probably don't want that. The actual IRL timeout. He wants uppies. He does. Well, Dobby wants uppies. I can tell you that. Dobby definitely wants uppies right now. But I've got a candle on my desk, and I've also got like a dangly little like Valorant character under my mic, under the boom arm. And I can tell you right now, he was absolutely fucking it up, and also messing up our shiny counter too. So he's trying to derail the stream. We can't have that. What else did I miss? Hold on. I had to spin the chair to get her off. That sentence makes so much more context now. She was orange, like an orange cat. Got you. I was trying to own a cat once. I hit like 18, 20. That was my goal. I have a crappy Walmart mic. Aw. This is by no means an amazing. Well, actually, it's a pretty amazing mic for the price. This is off of Amazon. I think it's like a $30 mic, and it's a really good mic for $30. I used to have like a Blue Yeti for years. That's like a $200-something mic, and I loved that mic, but it was very large. And this one's like, so it's a very small. Like this microphone's smaller than my phone, and it's actually really good quality. And like when I've done like music recordings and stuff, it's actually surprisingly very impressive. So for what it is, I like this mic a lot. Minus $40 off Amazon. Yeah, exactly. It's a great mic. I would gladly take the $200 one for charity. Well, you see, if I still had the $200 one, I'd probably be using it. But this stupid person who will not be named broke it. So, yeah. Unfortunately, that mic no longer exists. And they broke it in the most stupid way possible. Like, literally, the part where the USB plugs in, that part, like, they knocked it over, and then that part bent, and it didn't work anymore. It is so stupid. I was so pissed. And it was like the all-black edition of the Yeti. I loved that mic. It was such a good mic. I mean, the only reason I need a mic, obviously, is because streaming and also music, because I do music. And it's also nice just to have a decent mic for like when you're hanging out with people, like on Discord for gaming and stuff. You don't want to sound like, you know what I mean? Like you don't want to be that person. So, yeah. That's how I sound. Some friends so I sound crappy with mine. Yeah. I would get triggered if my friend's mic sounded like that. I'd just mute them and be like, I'll talk with the other people, but I'm muting them. Have a hand-me-down. Hey, man, you gotta start somewhere. You know what I mean? You really do. You gotta start somewhere. And then when you get like older or whatever, you get like some better gear or like birthday stuff, Christmas, you know, those type of things are good opportunities to level up your setup. But you got to start somewhere. Humble beginnings. Do the gum method. What's that? What is the gum method? Done shiny hunting for now? That's fair. I'm going to test something really quick, guys. You might want to lower the volume for a second. I want to make sure and see why our desktop audio is not streaming. because I want the music that's playing to actually play, and it's not. And the last time I tried to tweak with this, it made like a really high-pitched noise, and I'm just giving you guys a warning. So just lower your volumes for like the next like 30 seconds. I'm going to try something. And then I'm going to try and play the song and see if it works. Okay, can you guys hear music now? There should be music. Can you guys hear that? You can now? Yay! Okay, it's working. Let's go. I fixed it. I just needed to change the actual source that it was coming from. For some reason, it was like trying to pull from a weird source. You guys can turn the volumes back up too, just to make sure that everything's good now. There should be no more loud noises. But I just wanted to give you guys a heads up. It's quiet for me, but I don't know. I mean, is it quiet for all of you? Because if it's quiet, I could always turn it up. It's set pretty low right now. I didn't want to blast everybody's eardrums if it had been loud. I'm hungry. I don't know what to eat. You should probably eat food. That would be my advice. Could be a tad louder. All right, I got you guys. Hold on. Tad bit louder. Incoming. Here we go. Let's crank that up like 15%. How's that? Watch the next song be too loud. It's just this song that's quiet. That would be funny. Be just my luck. You're thinking about eating the wall? I'd probably start with the ceiling first, personally. That's just me, though. I would start with the ceiling. Try wall bussin'. I think I have damaged my ears a bit, but I didn't lower it. The forbidden cotton candy insulation foam? Fiberglass. There are so many forbidden foods that should not look nearly as appetizing as they do, but still look appetizing. Or like they make a product that looks like food, or vice versa, and it's just like, but why? Why would you tempt people with this? No, I feel like it was with fiberglass specifically, I'd be more worried about my lungs, because that's usually the big concern with fiberglass, is typically the lungs. But yeah, I guess the mouth too. I want to bite into a snake. What? That is the most random thing I've ever heard. I don't even feel like a snake would have that much meat on it. I guess it would depend on the snake. I feel like a lot of it would just be bony. At that point, you're just like eating a Magikarp. Still on top of the stream. You still got the throne, man. It'd be like a pepperami? What? A what? What are you saying? I kind of want to just eat pepperoni, but we're out of it. Also, do you approve of the gum method? What is the gum method? I don't know what the gum method is. Enlighten me. Read in the chat. Scroll up and learn, Unk. Bro. How far? We've been talking about so much stuff. Or do you do the gum method? I saw you ask that earlier, and I said, what's the gum method? And then you said, when I was 9, I had 20 bucks. I took it to the pizzeria and bought a bucket of gum and sold it for... Oh, I see. Okay. Smart. I understood. So you were doing trade-up challenges, basically, before they were a thing. That's what I'm hearing. Okay. I need to try and adjust this because every time I keep looking over here, it's annoying me. I tried really hard to not be annoyed by the fact that everything's not looking the way I want it to. But I cannot ignore it any further. So, I am forced to have to tweak some things live. You are the next one that's problematic. I don't even know how you got uncropped. How did you manage to get uncropped? Getting uncropped is just absolutely wild to me. Absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, guys, I tried to fight the OCD. The OCD is just bothering me. Plus, if we get the shiny, and then we make a clip out of it, and then anybody who's not here for the stream watches the clip, and they see it, and they're gonna be like, dude, this guy's fucking stream overlay is whack as shit. Unsubscribe, or I'm not subscribing. You know what I'm saying? Like, we can't have that. We gotta hold ourselves to some sort of standard. You know what I mean? Okay, that looks literally a million times better. Like, I know it's still not perfect. Like, it's by no means perfect. But you guys gotta admit that looks so much better. Okay, we're gonna lock that in for now. God forbid anything happens and anything moves. If I breathe too hard, something might change, but this is what we're going with for right this second. Look at that. That looks so much better. Now flip the top upside down for the plus in the center of the Regirock cave. No, this is as close as I think I'm getting it to where I'm gonna be happy with it for now. So I think we're just gonna leave it alone. We could flip it upside down for the plus sign. Like I see your vision, I like your vision, but also that would just be goofy if we end up getting the shiny upside down, and then it's like, oh, well you have to flip the whole stream around. It would be funny. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Alright, you know what? I'll do it for one encounter, okay? Watch it be the one that we get the shiny on. I'll do it for one encounter, okay? We're gonna make the top ones the ones that are upside down, okay? Hold on. Transform. We're gonna rotate. Flip. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. Hold on. Properties. Transform. Flip. Rotate 180 degrees. There we go. And then, where's the other one? Rotate 180 degrees. There you go. I hope you're happy. I hope you like this. Oh, it hurts my brain. I hate it. Ah. This hurts my brain. Okay. We're going to absolutely set those back to normal. But I humored you. I value your input, so therefore I did it. Don't say I never did nothing for you. You got the screenshots? Good. You're welcome. You just sent it in general. That's funny. Alright, here we go. In sync with feeling. Ununun. Oh gosh, I just want the shiny, man. Just give me the shiny. I do want to try and lock in and actually get a good amount of resets done. I know, like, obviously the first, like, hour and a half of the stream was, like, reading and reacting. But I feel very behind that we're only at 641 right now. So I want to try and make some progress. I just want the emulators to cooperate. I want to try and be in sync as best as possible to limit the amount of clicking and extra, like, things like this right now where it's not in sync. It's annoying. And slightly slows us down. Not terribly, but, like, I have to wait for this animation to make sure it's not shiny, obviously, before resetting. Welcome back, Swift. I was just saying that we're trying to lock in and get some encounters done as best as we can. Okay. Alright, 653. Do 7 emulators in the shape of the Reggie H. Dude, that would be so... That actually would be so good. I don't think the computer can do that. We're struggling right now with 4. But our old computer literally could only run like 1. So I'd say that this computer is already paying for itself in the fact that we can run 4. 3 comfortably and 4 a little stuttery. But yeah, if we try and do anything more than 4, I think our computer's going to blow up. We were able to run 6 DS emulators though, so we probably could run like... I don't know. We could probably run like a lot more now. Why is it out of sync? This is not a stylistic choice. I'm not like trying to like do like a checkerboard design. I'm seriously confused why they are out of sync. Because like sometimes they work perfectly. I just moved one of the emulators. Oh no. Okay, we're good. Thank God. And then other times I feel like it just doesn't work. This is 657. Okay. And then now 661. Do you think we'll be able to put and take out Pokemon in Legends of ZA? Do you mean from like home? Like utilize Pokemon Home? Is that what you mean? Because I think yeah, no, I think so. I don't know if it'll immediately be available because sometimes there's been like instances where it takes a little time. Yeah, not immediately. That's exactly what I was thinking. I think it will be available, but just probably not immediately upon launch. Probably take a little time like the other games. But yeah, absolutely. I definitely think you'll be able to add and take Pokemon from the games, though, once it gets added. Which will be cool, because you'll be able to obviously put whatever Pokemon are compatible. Okay, because I have a shiny Riolu I want to put in there like Roy's. Yeah, that'd be very cool. I was going to say, it'll be nice to be able to take Megas or other Pokemon that you have shiny into those games. So that'll be really cool. I know I'm looking forward to that. I'll be able to bring my shiny Halucha that we shiny hunted for on stream. Well, we didn't shiny hunt for it. It was a happy accident, but we'll be able to bring him. We have a shiny Victory Bell we can bring in. I definitely have shiny Dragonite. And obviously, pretty much, I think I have most of the shinies for almost all the other megas. I think Mega Metacham might be one of the only other ones that I don't have. I still need to hunt for. Mega Latios. Oh, yeah, that's going to go hard. Dude, I actually have... Well, back in Oraz, I did not have a Shiny Latios or Latios. Now that I have my Shiny Latios, that's going to be pretty cool. I still need to Shiny Hunt for Latios. I have the Dynamax Adventure saved. It's been forever since we did a Dynamax Adventure stream, so maybe I'll do that at some point. There's a grasshopper on your window. Crazy. I got it on my 45th egg out of like 200. That's, yeah, no, 45 eggs is not bad at all. It is very good odds. I would say anything under like 300 is pretty respectable. But yeah, if you get it like under 100, let alone 50, that's really good. That's ideal. Speaking of ideal, this Rock Boy has a 1 in 4,096 chance of being shiny. I'd really appreciate it if we could get that soon, please. Anytime, that would be great. Alright, 689. We're getting pretty close to 700. Once we get to like the first 1,000, you start kind of being like, oh, okay, well, it should show up hopefully sooner. Like, kind of a fourth of the way in. It's not actually how obviously shiny odds work, but you start feeling that way a little bit. Right, 693. Do we have any updated predictions on when we're getting the shiny? Or are you guys still pretty confident on what you said last time? I don't remember all of them. I think I was saying I'm going to get it around 3,000. Obviously, I want it sooner than that, but that was my prediction. Top left on next. Oh, that's the other thing. I wanted to ask you guys. Make your predictions. Which square are we getting the shiny in? I have been saying, I think I'm going to get it on the top right. My top right square is where the shiny is going to be. That's what I think, personally. Blinding Duck says top left. What do you guys think? Because that's actually almost just as fun as guessing than it is for the encounters. Pandemonium said 1900. Okay. Swift says top right or bottom left. Okay. Yeah, I'm feeling top right. I really think so. Pandemonium says top right as well. We definitely shall see. All right. 697. No luck so far. Alright, 701. 709. I like the anime-ish avatar in the top right corner. Thank you. I had a fun time drawing that. That's probably to date my best digital art that I've ever done. I don't know if I'll ever do anything better than that one. I probably was like a two-ish month project. I've always said I am much more, when it comes to art, I like sculpting things, woodworking, sculpting. I like three-dimensional planes of art mediums. I think as much as I love drawing and digital art and stuff, I find sometimes that like perspective and dimensions and stuff are kind of a weird thing on like a two-dimensional plane. So making three-dimensional art with actual materials is definitely more my kind of preferred method of art. I like doing like prop making, costume stuff, molds, like I said, woodworking, sculpting, all that kind of stuff. That's my favorite kind of stuff. But I do agree, I like how he came out. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. All right, we're at, what is this? 717. 717, man. Antichrist. Antichrist. I just read that as the Antichrist. Antichrist. No. If I did an Antichrist, I should make another one that would be Antichrist. Antichrist would be very different. Or no, you know what'd be funny? Or sorry, anime crest. Well, you just gave me a whole idea for lore. So I was gonna say anti-crest would basically be like the opposite of this. So like, you know how it's like crestfallen? This is crest, and then fallen would be like this, like he'd be the leader of the fallen. So it'd be like an alter ego, like how they have like dark Markiplier. I'm probably overawed to the shiny Latios because I did like 4 hours a day of soft resetting Ultra Moon for at least 3 days. No, not Crest Rising. Like, Crest and Fallen. Like, there's two entities. Or anti-Crest. Your mistake typo was perfect. Jesus Christ. That's funny. Yeah, you gave me a lore idea by accident. Exactly. Artistic and Pandemonium. That's why my name changed. Oh, I see. I like artistic better. Artistic's shorter and definitely easier to say. But if you say it too fast or like slurred, it sounds like you're saying someone's autistic, and that could potentially be like taken offensively. So Pandemonium is at least a little bit like there's less repercussions if you mess up. But you can't shorten Pandemonium very much, because am I supposed to just call you Monium or Panda? Because Panda doesn't work, right? You know what I mean? So at least like artistic in that sense is, I mean, artistic is kind of a longer word too, in a sense. It's kind of, it's not as like, it doesn't roll off as like, well, then again, neither does Blinding Duck. I have a hard time, like, I think you just told me to call you Duck one time or something like that. People call me Pan. See, Pan's easy. I could say Pan. If you're cool with Pan, I could do Pan. Pan is definitely, like, boom, to the point. Duck is fine. And we got Duck, Pan, Swift, Arrow, Jack. Very simple things. Pandemonium sounds like a Pokemon move, which is true, because I showed a pic of a Gorgeist card that had the move Pandemonium. True. It definitely does. It would be like a ghost type move, like Phantomonium. Actually, I'm pretty sure there is a Pokemon that has that. I could be tripping. I had my name since forever. You know, it's funny, when I was on my road trip, I kept seeing Swift trucks, and every single time I'd see a Swift truck, I was like, hey, it's Swift. There's a Gallade card with a move called Pandemonium Blade. Oh, interesting. Pandemonium is also an entity in Pressure. Oh, shit. That's where I got my name. I know, you told me. That's why it reminded me of you. That's what I'm saying. I hate it with all my heart. I was telling Mrs. Crestfallen about it, and she was saying the next time we do get an itch to play any, like, doors, that instead of doors, we'll actually try Pressure instead and see how we feel about it. 1 heart gold, soul silver, 8 dunk door, 30. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'll definitely let you know. Again, it's a very rare instance when we do ever hop on to Roblox, and it's usually like our other friend being like, "Hey, I want to play Roblox, like play with me," and then we'll be like, "Okay." So it's very far and in between, but if the next time we do, I'll let you know. Okay, this is 729, I believe. The Game Theory on it. Oh, Game Theory already did a thing on it too. That's crazy. How many of you guys remember Hello Neighbor? And did you ever play it? Did you ever play it or did you ever see it? And if you remember it, let me know in the chat. I always wanted to play Hello Neighbor, and I never got the chance to. And I remember watching the Game Theory videos being like, man, I want to play this game. Watched, remember, never played. Yeah, so basically, the same boat as me, basically. I remember it, but I never played it either. Yeah. I always thought it was going to be a really good game. And I always wanted to play it. It's on my list of just like random games to play at some point. The other game series, I've never dipped my toes into it. I know a little bit about it, but I don't really know a lot about it. And I know there's a lot of people who are very passionate about it. Is the Persona universe. My cousin has been trying to get me to play Persona for so long now. He gave me his PS4 for Christmas like 2 years ago now, and with it came one of the Persona games. I think it was Persona 5 Royal, and he's been trying to get me to play that, and I have not sat down and started playing it. But if any of you guys are Persona fans, let me know, and if I should play it, because he keeps telling me I should absolutely play it and that it's so good. Swift said, I heard about it and watched the gameplay, but I never played it. Little me would have been too scared to play it and possibly traumatized. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. My twin has watched the anime, but I don't know. Is there an anime for it too? That's crazy. I didn't know that. My cousin was kind of saying that it's almost in a sense almost like Pokemon to a degree. Like he was saying, like if you like Pokemon, that theoretically like you'd similarly like Persona for that same kind of reason. You should play Pressure, then force the guy who's telling you to play Persona to play Pressure. You should play Pressure, then force the guy who's telling you to play Persona to play Pressure. Oh, he'd never play Pressure. He would never touch Roblox with like a 100-foot stick. I think I can name on my hand the number of games he's played before that I know of, at least. He's definitely he played Minecraft. I knew that like that early on. He played Minecraft. Then he played Pokemon, of course. He played I don't know how many of the Fallout games, but I know he played some of the Fallout games. He played like what was it, Grand Theft Auto, and then like obviously Persona now, and then he like played the Fire Emblem games. He played like the Valkyrie Chronicle games, or Valkyria Chronicle games, sorry. Yeah, so he hasn't played like a bajillion hundred titles of games, but I know that that's like one of the ones he's recommended out of all the ones he's played. I don't think he's ever told me like, dude, you need to play Fallout. You know what I mean? Even though Fallout's actually one of those games I really want to play. I actually just got done watching the Fallout show, and I knew like almost nothing about the universe and was like, oh, this is pretty cool. Same thing with The Last of Us. I think I didn't know much about the games, watched the show, and I'm like, I need to play this game now. I need to play it. Pressure has way better rooms than doors. That's what you were saying the other stream. I'm excited to try it. I really am. Like I said, I like doors a lot, and if it's a better version of doors, that excites me. I want to try to watch all the Pokemon anime. I have seen like all the original like Generation 1 anime, Southern Islands. I feel like I've watched Gen 2. I don't think I watched all of Gen 3. I think I watched all of Gen 4. I fell off at Gen 5. No, I didn't watch any of the end of Gen 5 or any of Gen 6 and anything onwards. So, yeah, I've got some catching up to do. It also has better lore. Nice. It's also faster pace. That's good. Almost got all the documents. That's cool. Well, that sounds fun. I definitely, like I said, I'm excited to try it. I'm also done with watching Gen 6, finished Gen 7 through 8, and Pokemon Horizons ain't finished yet, but I'm all caught up for now. Nice. Did any of you guys ever watch the Beyblade animation? I used to watch that when I obviously was a lot younger, but I watched all of Metal Fusion, Metal Masters, whatever came after that. I forget what it is right now. I was a stanny when it came to Beyblade. And then Zero G came out. I loved Zero G. That was awesome. And then I stopped. I just rewatched Metal Masters. Dude, Metal Masters, Metal Fury, bro. I haven't watched them in years. Like, I honestly, for nostalgia purposes, want to go back and rewatch them. When I went on the road trip this summer to Arizona and was clearing out stuff in storage, I found my briefcase of Beyblades. And when I tell you that I had Beyblades, I had like every single Metal Fusion, Metal Masters, and Metal Fury Beyblade. Like, your boy went crazy. I, for a long time, was just literally like a Beyblade channel. I didn't have all the Zero Gs, but I had a lot of them. All the seasons are on YouTube. That's sick. I had one Beyblade, but I lost it. Damn. Couldn't be me. I had them all. And I found that briefcase, saw them all, and was like, oh my gosh, that's crazy. Good memories. Well, I'm going to ask Pandemonium, or Pan. I got to get used to saying that. What was your favorite character from, like, I'm going to say either Metal Fusion, Metal Masters, or Metal Fury. What was your favorite character? Or favorite Beyblade? Either Ryuga or Kyoya. Dude, I have to agree. Okay, I loved... Ryuga was probably my favorite character overall, and the development of him throughout the whole different shows and stuff. Loved that. Kyoya was awesome, obviously. I didn't necessarily like the character, but I will say, specifically Beyblade-wise, I loved Gravity Destroyer. Or Gravity Perseus, depending on if you watch the Japanese version. I thought the idea of a Beyblade that went left and right was so freaking sick. I thought Gravity Destroyer was so cool. I love how it's a kid shows for all ages. Yeah. The only character I know from Beyblade is the red hair. What? Jinga. Jinga... I forget his last name. Oh my gosh, it starts with an H. It's been so long. Jinga's something. I feel bad not remembering it. I feel like younger me would be yelling right now. Be screaming. Like, how do you not remember? 2 days ago, I found my Gravity Perseus. No shit. That's hilarious. The timing on that. That's very, ironic timing. I think, this is obviously a throwback, too. I remember they would release the Beyblades as individual ones, but you could get, like, packs of them. They were like very specific limited packs. Like I think they were like Target exclusives where you could get a few of them in like teams. So like they had like the Japan team with like Earth Eagle, Ray Unicorno, Galaxy Pegasus, and like they had those 3 that you got. They never released Libra, which was stupid. I don't know why Libra wasn't in that set. It should have been. But then the other one that they did was Gravity Destroyer. I'm having a hard time remembering the guy's Beyblade with the whale, the twins. What was the metal wheel called? Holy crap, I can't think of what it's called. Oh, something, I gotta look it up. I can't move on from this. The whale Beyblade, what was it called? Grand Cetus. How did I forget that one? Yeah, Grand Cetus is the girl and the boy, the twins, right? And then Grand Capricorn, which was Klaus's Bay. Okay, so the pack that they released at Target, it was Grand Cetus, one of them. I think it was, I forget if it was the girls or the boys. And then Grand Capricorn and then Gravity Destroyer. That was the 3-pack. And I remember getting both of those 3-packs for the Japan team and for the EU team. And I think that's the only 3-packs that they made at Target. And I kept those mint condition. I decided, I was like, I already had like single versions of those Beyblades. So I was like, I'll just keep these mint condition for like collecting purposes. And I still have them. And like, I literally just the other day was looking at it and was like, oh, it's such a nice looking Beyblade. Like unscratched. Just like premium. I'm gonna have to send a picture of it to you, to Pandemonium. You'll probably appreciate it. It made my day the other day finding that. What even is the story of Beyblade? So basically, it's kind of like, it's a little bit like Pokemon in the sense of like, the Beyblades, you know, you kind of have like a connection sort of with your Beyblade, and or like the fact that the Beyblades have like abilities or powers. And essentially, you know, the more battles you get, the more BP you get, which is like the battle points. And they had a much higher focus on the battle points during the first 2 seasons, like especially the first season was very highly focused on the battle points because it qualified for like the tournaments and events. And the story kind of was like, you want to obviously be the best Beyblader you can be. The next season is more about like the world scene of Beyblade, not just focusing on Japan. So that there's like this like world tournament, like there's different teams from the different countries and the regions, and like, you know, that was whole thing. And then there's also like a little like hint of some like Team Rocket kind of vibes, evil organizations from, you know, the first season, second season. The third season is like Avengers level stuff. Like I don't want to spoil it, but I'm just like, you're getting people from all over the world that like might have been enemies, who may or may not have to work together to defeat this common cause that's literally going to be the end of the world if they don't stop it. Like, and again, I'm not going to spoil it, because if you do end up ever watching it, I highly think you'd enjoy it. It's really good. I think I'm going to have to go back and rewatch it now. I had been on the fence about it, but I think this conversation has like inspired me to watch those again. It probably won't. That's fair. Oh, you know the other thing I used to do all the time, guys, on my channel, the other thing I used to do on this channel, I deleted all of them, which I actually kind of regret. I used to do AMVs. If you guys are old enough to know what an AMV is, congratulations. They were all the rage when I was about younger than Swift's age. Basically, you pick a song and you do like a anime music video with all the songs in it. I used to do those all the time. I had probably like 100 on my channel, and I used to be very proud of all of them. And I'm so sad I deleted them. I should have just made them unlisted. Yeah, dude, Beyblade AMVs, exactly. I used to make those. My AMVs, I had one that had like 100,000 views. It was actually a pretty big deal. And then I had like a couple others with like, one of them was like 30,000. I think the 30,000 one was actually a Lego video, funny enough. But no, Beyblade used to go crazy. This channel definitely, I think the algorithm thought we were a Beyblade and Lego channel, which at the time we were. And then when I was like, no, we're doing Pokemon, YouTube was just like, well, then we're soft locking you and you're never going to get views. But yeah, if we had stuck with Beyblade and Lego, we probably would have been a very, very different outcome of things. But I wanted to do Pokemon. Yeah, dude. Beyblade and AMVs in general, such a vibe. Like, I feel like they need to bring those back. I feel like people should just bring... Imagine a Pokemon AMVs, too. I feel like those weren't as common, but I feel like there's some pretty cool moments in, like, especially, like, some of the newer anime stuff. I feel like you could make some good AMVs. Does anybody watch Yokai Watch? I have not. I have not played the game either. It never quite tickled my fancy. It wasn't something where I was like, ooh, I want to check it out. But if it's good, though, it might be something I'm willing to test. But I never have up until, I have not currently, is what I'm trying to say. It's like Pokemon without battling, but it's cool. Interesting, okay. Take your word for it. They have different tribes instead of types. Oh, interesting, okay. That is kind of cool. I like that kind of take on a little bit something different than typing. It's cool. $777, that's a lucky number. Surely we're gonna get the shiny on this one. If we don't get the shiny on this one, what are we even doing? I modded Beat Saber. I played some Pokemon songs before the VR headset broke, I think. Oh, that's pretty cool. I've always wanted to do Beat Saber. I always thought I would like it. It seems really fun. You posted some stuff? Is it in Discord? Hold on. Oh, we got the pose, dude. Straight up. That is literally his pose. You nailed it. Yo, Rock Leone. Oh, man. That is fire. And the special limited edition Perseus, or Gravity Destroyer, whatever you want to call it. Dude, that's sick. 100% sick. I'll have to take a picture. I'll have to take a picture later about the other ones and send it. I'll probably throw it in art and hobbies or something like that. Since of course we don't have a designated Beyblade channel. Are we bringing back a designated Beyblade channel? Are we gonna? Is this our Beyblade era reborn? No, dead ass. If I did a live stream where I just had like a battle royale of like over 100 Beyblades, you guys would unsubscribe, 100%. You guys be like, what the fuck is this shit? The DS Beyblade game? I think I do too. I actually think I do. And I remember, do you remember when Beyblade came out with their app for a while? I don't even know if it's out still. And they had made the app where you could like design your Beyblade and like use your finger to like spin around the stadium. Not to be disrespectful or rude to Pam, but it looks like you're wearing a wig. Bruh. Is that why you said that people would say you look like Sanji? I can see it. I can definitely see it. Alright, we didn't get it on 777, by the way, which is lame. And we're now at 781, which is kind of nuts. Okay. 785. I just had a crazy idea. So before the age of Discord, it was very hard to, like, if you had friends on the internet, it was one of those things where, like, I feel like from my experience, I had friends like YouTubers that also did Beyblade and stuff, and you'd end up like having to either be friends on Facebook, which I know sounds crazy. Oh, Skype too. Skype was a thing. But on Facebook, like, you could have like a group chat of people, so like Facebook Messenger. And I remember like Facebook Messenger was a huge thing for like Beyblade guys. And like you'd have like this huge thread of people like on talking about Beyblades and upcoming Beyblades, Bay hunting, all that stuff. And then there was Google Hangouts, which was like the alternative kind of to like before Google Meet was a thing, and I guess like Skype, but like you could do like a group call. And I remember there used to be so many people on Google Hangouts, and like we'd have people from all over the world. Like there was this one guy from the Netherlands. He didn't even like speak perfect English and stuff, and we'd all be like hanging out trying to talk and stuff, and good times. It was good times. Very nostalgic. I love the meme where some lady's in a pool and she says, if a fish can live underwater, then so can I. And the camera turns to the corner and she's laying face down in the pool. It's funny. But what I was going to say was, I just had this thought that if we had had Discord back then, it would have gone so crazy for like having a server for all that kind of stuff. And like I guarantee you, we probably would have had more like tournaments where like people either get assigned a pre-made bay from like the anime, or like you make your own, and then there would have been like a whole bunch of tournaments and stuff. Crazy how the internet was at its most welcoming when it was the least safe. I mean, I really feel like security is something that's not taken seriously enough still today. I mean, like, obviously you still have like the Roblox situation stuff happening. So I don't know. I feel like a lot of people have like gotten better over time with security, but I still don't feel like it's where it should be. And you can still, like, even as a minor, you can still lie about your age and make accounts and stuff. Yeah. Not gonna lie, I can picture Artistic in a James Team Rocket uniform. Dude, that would be sick. You should do that for Halloween, Pandemonium. If you do that, or like maybe we'll just edit the picture you sent and just put like a James Team Rocket outfit over that. That'd be funny. Now Artistic's famous line's gonna be, and to make it double. Yup. I don't remember the name of that YouTuber. It's like the dad and the kid that go like, boom! Like, that level of, like, famous line, only Pandemonium is gonna be, and make it double. YouTube thinks I'm an unk? I don't know. I don't think you're old enough to be an unk. I'm not so sure about that. Just need to find a Jesse to go with your James. Hey man, that's the dream. I found my Jesse. We've got a Meowth and everything. That is the Pokemon dream. I call my cousin Unk and he's 18. That's funny. I guess technically anybody older than you. What's the equivalent? What is the opposite of unk? So like, what does the unk call other people who are younger than him? I don't know what I'm supposed to say in return to that. Is there even a return phrase? Or is unk just a one-sided term? Little bro! This is literally everybody in my chat is just a little bro. A Joey, youngster Joey. It's like, what is going on, guys? How I can't even say it with a straight face. What is going on, my youngster Joeys? That sounds so weird. Bro. Just youngster. Youngster Swift. Youngster Duck. Youngster Pan. Grandpa Jack. Jack's probably not older than I am, but he gives the energy of an old man. He gives the energy of an older man than I do. Sounds something straight out of 2017 era, right? Youngsty. Haha. I see what you did there. I'm surprised youngster Joey is something you can even reference because you hate Heart Gold Soul Silver and he's in that game. I'm just kidding. I'm giving you a hard time about it. Alright, we're at 801. I want to get these Cocoa Pebbles, man. I really do. I want these Cocoa Pebbles. You know what else I want right now? It's not September yet. It's almost September. We're damn near close. I'm really trying to contain my hype for fall. It's getting hard. It's really getting hard. But what I was gonna say was I want a new fall candle really bad. If you don't know this, I definitely love a good candle. I think having a nice candle is not only warm on the desk, but it's also just visually nice to look at and it smells really good. Okay. I cannot wait for some sort of a fall candle. I'm very excited. And this could just be the fact that, like, this might just be, like, a heavily Mrs. Crestfallen influence thing. Because when I was a single guy, and, you know, I had my own apartment, and I was just, you know, like, being a dude, right? I didn't ever feel the need for a candle. Actually, that's not true. I think I had some candles, actually. Never mind. I take back what I was going to say. I was going to say it's an example of when you have your Jesse to go with your James that you get an improvement in life. But it turns out, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I think I actually had a good amount of candles already. So I think it just didn't make it better. I think it just worsened that problem. What's a condal? Yeah, exactly. It's a candle. It's this thing that you put on your desk you light it on fire and it smells really good. Yeah, it's a lit wick. Dude, oh, that'd be actually, hold on. You know what I just thought of? That'd be a really cool project. Like if you bought like a glass candle and then it just didn't have anything, like, or like if you took the wrapper off and then you painted on Litwick's eyes, that would be so cool. The only thing is it'd be really sad once you used it because then it'd just be an empty jar that looks like a Litwick. And that would essentially just be a dead Litwick. The Litwick's already a ghost type, so like, can he even die? Dude, you just gave me a great idea. Oh, Blinding Duck just coming in here with inspiration. I'm not kidding, man. I don't know. I want to make that now. Do you guys ever see those videos on YouTube? I forget the channel's name. I feel bad. But he's a guy that makes, like, real-life Pokemon stuff. There's a guy on Etsy selling chandeliers. I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. That's sick. But yeah, there's this guy on YouTube, and I think there's a couple people who do it, but they make real life Pokemon, like, things, like appliances, or like, the guy, like, made, like, a Rotom thing that exists, or like, he made this, like, jelly, like, Ditto guy. I cannot think of his name, but you guys know who I'm talking about. Yeah. I feel like a Litwick candle should be something he would have already made, but he hasn't. Yeah, the Spiritomb Hollow Projector. Yes, that guy. Yep. That's the dude. Straight up. I feel like he would have made a candle already. I don't think he has, though. He made Lampent, though, which I guess kind of counts. But not quite. Yes, the Rock and Roll Pencil Sharpener. You guys know who I'm talking about. I love it when you guys actually know what I'm talking about, like the reference. It's such a good feeling. It's always awkward when you say something and then somebody looks at you like, what the fuck are you talking about, man? Big Rig Creates. Yes, that's it. That's him. Yeah. That guy's cool. Very, very cool. Pretty sure he made a rice cookie, or I can't read, a Fuecoco rice cooker from the animation. Oh yeah, I think he did. I feel like he's made a ton of Pokemon projects, which is awesome. Blinding Duck said he did. Yeah, that's really cool. See, that's like another whole, like, that's another side of YouTube. That's the side of YouTube that I find myself watching. Like, I like watching shiny hunting and stuff too. But like, I like doing more of the shiny hunting than necessarily watching it. I, for a long time, did like watching other people shiny hunt, and I still will. However, the type of YouTube that I find myself watching the most of is like those type of channels that are making things. Like, there's like channels that make like animatronics and stuff. Their channel is called Wicked Makers, and they make like animatronics from like games like FNAF and like Poppy Playtime and stuff. And they do a whole bunch of like really cool, like, it's very like artsy, crafty, but like 3D printing and stuff like that. And I just love that kind of content. It's my favorite kind of stuff. Also, Let's Plays and stuff, of course. I like watching Let's Plays, but I could watch craft stuff for forever. Especially Pokemon craft stuff, come on. Or anime stuff, too. Binging with Babish side of YouTube, yes. Have you guys ever seen, you guys cannot tell me you haven't heard of this YouTuber called North of the Border. If you guys watch North of the Border, you guys get like an extra little like crown or like a pat on the head. Like, I'm gonna be very proud of you guys if you know who North of the Border is. John Stone and the Professor Oaks challenge. You love North? Let's go, Blinding Duck. See? That's what I'm saying, man. Some wormy dealies. What does he do? So he does, his intro literally describes what he does. He likes to make tiny nerdy things. So he makes like sculptures of like all kinds of different things. He's done like a bunch of Pokemon projects. He's done Mario, Donkey Kong. He's done so many pop culture stuff, and he does like all these sculpting and painting things. And it's super cool. Highly recommend it. North of the Border, can't go wrong. Haven't watched the Apple and Android one recently. You haven't? I watched that one. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's not my favorite, but it's good. Another one, a little less known, Boyline Hobby Time. Love that too. Love that guy. I feel like 90% of my YouTube feed is just like craft stuff. And I'm here for it. Said I might know who we were talking about. Gotcha. Yeah. If you look him up on YouTube, you probably recognize it if you see it. Oh, you know another channel I really like? It's an art channel. Jazza. You guys know who Jazza is? I like him a lot. He does cool stuff. He does like a ton of different things. Like, he goes all over the place, from like drawing, painting, three-dimensional stuff, like 3D stuff, like big projects. He's kind of crazy. I'm trying to think of like other YouTubers that I generally like watch a lot. Nerdforge. That's another one of my other favorite channels too. Nerdforge is sick. I love Nerdforge. If you guys haven't seen that, there are so many cool things. Again, if you know who Nerdforge is, you get extra bonus points. You get Unk points. That's what I'm going to call them. Unk points. Unk points of approval. cash out your gunk points for a Google Doc. Bruh. Alright, 829. When is the next stream? I'm not sure. I promised one other stream this week, and I have delivered. I have 3 hours and 31 minutes and 10 seconds of delivered. I don't know if we'll have another stream this week, but considering I've got a couple more weeks to recover from surgery, you guys can probably assume that I'll probably be streaming at least once, maybe twice during the next couple weeks while I have just some downtime. So, yeah. I will probably... I mean, I'd love to get the shiny, and then we could be done with this shiny. But I'll probably alternate what we're doing, because I want to do some more of the shiny hunting for our Soul Silver shiny badge quest. And then I would like to start the Pokemon Black shiny badge quest as well. Because, like I said, that's going to be Briefcase Simulator. Well, it's not Briefcase Simulator. It's Gift Box Simulator for a long time. Until we get our starter. So that one's going to be a pain in the ass, so I'd like to at least get it started. Mario Kart stream? Trust, it's easy to play. Dude, Mario Kart is... Did I ever send the clip of the video? Hold on, I gotta get a general really quick. 1 second. If I didn't ever send it to you guys, I need to. I don't remember if I sent it. Maybe I sent it in memes, but then it got buried by Jack... and his meme dumping. Hold on. Let me see if I sent it. Because I saw this video, and it's every reason why I don't like Mario Kart. And I don't remember if I sent it. No, I don't think I did. I'm going to send it quick. Hold on. Let me find it really quick. Hold on. Discord. It has to prepare for a second. Hold on. While it's preparing, we'll just continue shiny hunting. Because I do want to send it to you guys. Because I think you guys will get a kick out of it. Okay, there we go. I sent it. It's in the memes channel. Go look at it. It might take a second just because I just had to upload it, and it might take a second to process. But you guys gotta watch this. It's easy to play, though. I won't target you that much. Exactly, no, but I'm gonna get targeted because I'm the streamer. So, like, literally, if we play with, like, you guys in the server, it's like, oh, there's, like, a handful of you in the server. Of course you're gonna target me. It's like what we talked about earlier with the whole, like, a Purple Cliff and Queso thing. And I already have bad luck as it is in Mario Kart, so it's like, I'm just gonna have extra bad luck. You feel me? And plus, what if the day I do a Mario Kart stream, nobody's there? Nobody wants to play Mario Kart. I'm sure as hell not playing Mario Kart by myself. So what, I just like sit there awkwardly and be like, okay, well, I guess goodbye, end of stream. You know what I mean? Yeah, but what if you're not there? You know what I'm saying? I volunteer. No, I know you would play. And that's the key word, is you would play. So, like, if you're present and I'm streaming, you would play. But the problem is, if you're not there, then I'm not playing by myself, because I would never choose to play Mario Kart by myself. Yo, what's going on? How you doing, man? Josh in the chat. Looks like so much fun and so much pain. It does. I literally was saying, like, that looks like it'd be a fun time, but I would fuck myself up if I did that. I am already an old man as it is. I volunteer as tribute. Wait, why is our counter not updating? What is going on? Okay, there we go. Oh, man. But yeah, how are you doing, Alo? I hope you're doing good. You're making more spaghetti. You want to hear a hot take? Hot take right here. Ready? I don't like spaghetti. Yep, I said it. I said it. I don't like it. I really don't. There are so many better Italian dishes to make. Spaghetti is my least favorite. I love Italian food, but I do not like spaghetti. I find it to be one of the most boring options you can choose if you're gonna have Italian food. Doing well, thanks. How's the kitten doing? So Dobby is doing much better. So the way that they do, so if you guys don't know, Dobby, when I first got him, we didn't know this, but like within the first week when we took him to the vet, he got his results back. He tested positive for ringworm, which isn't really terribly a big deal, like for his health, because, you know, there's medicine for it, but it's a little bit of a problem because it spreads. So what ended up happening was Dobby had ringworm, then our other cat Ryuk got ringworm, then Raven ended up getting ringworm, and ringworm is not necessarily, again, like I said, the end of the world. However, you have to take your pet into the vet every single time when it happens to get medicine. They won't just prescribe you medicine because you have to see the animal, which, if you ask me, is personally just a way for them to get money. So basically, between Dobby, Ryuk, and Raven all having to be seen and then getting medicine, which the medicine is like $100 per cat plus the visits, Uncle Crest had to pay a ton of money, and it went big brokey. Okay, so long story short, though, they're all better now, thankfully. But then myself and Mrs. Crestfallen got ringworm. Then Mrs. Crestfallen's sister got ringworm because she watched Dobby for us for like a weekend. My mom got ringworm. Mrs. Mom Crest Mom, or what? Mom Crest? I don't even know how you'd say it. Mother Crestfallen? Mother Fallen? I don't know. Got ringworm. It was a big deal. And Ayla was gonna come hang out for my birthday, and I was like, it's like literally the plague over here. This is the bad idea. No, don't come. As much as I wanted to hang out, and it would have been an awesome birthday weekend. Yeah, Crest Mom, exactly. Unfortunately, he was not able to come hang out, which is very sad. Or Mama Crest. Yeah, I like Mama Crest. That sounds pretty good. But yeah, big Sag. We had the whole pandemic of ringworm over here, but luckily everybody's good now. And honestly, good timing too, because I ended up having to have the surgery, and they would have definitely not have done the surgery if I had ringworm. That would have been a no-go. They would have said, absolutely not, get out of here. I did manage to get a really bad sunburn a week before my surgery too, to the point where like I was literally peeling still the day I had my surgery, and everybody kept looking at me like, and they're like, are you okay? And I'm just like, yeah, I just had a really bad sunburn. I promise you it's nothing to be concerned about. I'm not, it's not like a disease. But yeah, that was funny. So, I don't know if you were here earlier, Alo, Josh. But yeah, I'm just recovering from surgery. I'm a veteran at this point with surgeries. I was thinking about it. It's like, when I was younger, I had like I had a very simple one when I was little. And it was like for the tonsils and adenoids, because I used to snore really bad when I was a little kid. And I had asthma, so it was a bad combination as a kid. So they got rid of those. And then, let's see, so that, technically it's just one surgery for two things, one. And then wisdom teeth, they put me under for that, okay? So that was two, but that was later in life. Gallbladder, that was three. And then the hip was 4. and then now this was 5. So we've had five surgeries. Pretty crazy. Glad everyone is feeling better. Yes, yes. I hope you are doing well as well. We're gonna have to make a plan to do something, since obviously the summer one fell through. We're gonna have to figure something out. I tripped over a beanbag chair and fractured a part of my right hand. Ow! When did you do that? That sounds terrible. Oh, you know what? Actually, I just remembered something. I narrowly avoided having to have another surgery because when I was probably around Swift's age. No, not quite. Maybe a couple years younger than Swift. I was being very silly, hanging out with friends, doing stupid kid stuff, you know? And I jumped off of this thing, and I did it so cool the first time. And then my friend was like, hey, bet you can't do it again. And so I was like, all right, bet. So I went and tried to do it again. My foot slipped. I fell 6 feet straight down and landed in a push-up position, and I broke both of my wrists. And I had to spend the entire summer, it's like 3 months, in both my arms fully casted from like my arm all the way up to my elbow. It was the worst summer ever. Pretty sure you don't know my age or forgot it. No, I just don't want to say out loud how old you are in case you don't want me to. I'm being protective. Unc is being protective of young person. That's all. Yes, I was about that age, yes. Maybe 14, but I think I had a little bit more common sense by 14. I want to say it was probably like around 12 to 13, somewhere in there, yes. I learned a valuable lesson that day. If you do something really cool the first time, don't overdo it. Just take the win and move on. And also, peer pressure is a bitch. I learned that too. Yeah, definitely ouch for sure. Ayla said, I only had one oral surgery for all 4 wisdom teeth, and that was it. I was knocked out for that. Yeah, that was one of the things that I had too. Only it turns out there's only 3. I thought there was 4, but there's 3. So they ended up charging me a little bit less for it. So that was a win. Don't even do it the first time. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're not wrong, Pan. You really probably shouldn't do stupid stuff the first time at all. But if you do it and successfully do it, the last damn thing you should do is try and do it again. That's what I learned that day. So, take the win when you get it, and don't push your luck. The only bone I've ever broken was my right big toe 2 different times. Ouch! Ouch, ouch, ouch. Yeah, that doesn't sound fun. I hope to God going forward we're just good on injuries and shit, and like no more like weird freak things either. Like, knock on wood, seriously. I've shared my very similar story before. I remember that. Except I'm the breaker, not the broken. Yeah, I remember that too. Rather say my age again and then let you guys hear my voice. No, that's fair. That is totally fair. I don't think I've ever hurt anybody. Like, I've never... Oh, no, that's not true. Damn, as soon as that sentence came out of my mouth, I had a flashback. Oh, God. I feel so bad now again. Why did I have to remember that? So, when I was in... I played baseball from kindergarten all the way through 4th grade because they didn't continue it after that. And I think it was like 3rd grade, we were playing baseball, and it was one of the games, it was like one of the last games of the season, and I was up to bat, and I think I missed the first couple swings, and then on the, like, I think it was my literally last chance that I was like, I'm gonna hit this or I'm striked out. I freaking nail that ball and I send it way out into the field, but I did a stupid thing. I was careless and I threw my bat backwards, and the catcher had already raised his mask up, and the bat like smashed him right in the mouth. And I was already like all the way to 3rd base by the time I realized what had happened, and everybody else on like the field was running in back to like the diamond over to see what was going on. And needless to say, yeah, I did a lot of damage to that kid's mouth on accident. I did not mean to at all. I felt so bad. And he had to go to the hospital, and he lost, like, I think it was like 2 or 3 teeth. He was bleeding. It was bad. Sometimes I sound like an infant, and sometimes I sound like a crackhead. I sound like a crackhead like 90% of the time. It's okay. There's a lot of people who like, I was gonna say there's a lot of people who like crackheads, but yeah, no, that, as soon as I said I had never hurt anybody, that I just remember that happened, and I still feel really bad about that. Really bad. But yeah, I've always been better at hurting myself, and luckily not hurting other people, thankfully. I think the only other thing I ever did, again, accidentally, was I was doing a snowball fight with somebody, and I just grabbed a pile of snow, made a snowball, and it had some ice in it that I didn't know about because I had gloves on. I grabbed it. It felt like snow. It did not feel like ice. Threw it at this girl's face, and it cut like her forehead, and she started crying, and then her dad came out, and I thought he was going to beat my ass, and I was crying because I felt bad and was also, again, terrified of said ass beating. And that thankfully didn't end up happening. And she was okay. But, yeah. I remember that day, too. I was about to say good times, but they really weren't. Bad times. What have I missed? Anything new in the chat? POV, me, and Heart Gold, Soul Silver meets for the first time. Bruh. Okay, so there's no other new messages. Yeah, so I don't know how long you have been here, Josh, but earlier at the very beginning of the stream, we were kind of crashing out a couple times because Pandemonium made this Google Doc of nearly 100 reasons why he hates Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver. And if you guys don't know, Pokemon Heart Gold Soul Silver is probably one of my favorite games. And so I felt the need to read this doc and to see what these points were and to defend Heart Gold and Soul Silver. And it lasted for about, what was it, an hour and a half? It was pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. When I was in elementary school, I punched a kid for no reason. I never punched somebody. I literally, well, I think if I did, there was a reason, but I never punched somebody for no reason. That's crazy. My neighbor has a hill in the backyard surrounded by those thorn bushes, so if you tripped off of the tiny little hill, you got cuts all over your body. We played King of the Hill there. Ouch, that's brutal. Yeah, I've had more friends hurt me than I've ever hurt friends, though. Like, I was riding bikes with one of my friends, and like he literally just decided for no reason whatsoever to turn his bike 90 degrees into my path. I completely smacked, like T-boned his bike. He falls over. He was fine. I fly over him and his bike a good like 4 feet away, land on my palms, and just like slide across the summer pavement. Needless to say, my palms were non-existent. I had no palms left after that, and I was so pissed that he did that. And he was trying to just be stupid. Like, he was being stupid, but stupid to the point that there was then consequences for me, not even for him. He was fine. I don't think I went over to his house after that. Also, that was back when kids actually rode bikes for fun. I know that concept is probably non-existent these days, but yeah, it was a thing back then. A friend of mine did that to me a year ago, and not even kidding, busted my balls. How long did it take to write out those 100 reasons? That's some dedication. That's what I'm saying. It took me an hour and a half to read them all and then conversate back and forth in the chat about those things. Like, how long did it take you to write those? Like, how long have you had those in the barrel? You've just been, like, ready to go off. You could tell me that you've been building that case again 15 minutes, bruh. I thought you were going to be like, I've been building this hate case against Heart Gold and Soul Silver for the last 10 years. Bro, it's just like 15 minutes. 15 minutes could save you 15% more on Heart Gold and Soul Silver hate. Oh yeah, Artistic was on a mission, dude. He was just like, okay, Heart Gold Soul Silver exists, and I took that personally. Okay, so you actually have been building it for 2 years, but it took 15 minutes to actually put it down. I see. So there is some truth to what I said. I just came up with a great idea for a meme format. I'm not gonna say it now, but it has something to do with what we just were talking about. And I'm gonna make it later today once I get some downtime, probably after stream. And then I'm gonna post it in the memes channel, and it's gonna go viral on our Discord server. I didn't want to delve into too much detail. I've never played Heart Gold or Soul Silver outside of a ROM hack. They're really good games. I like them. Pandemonium would tell you they're heart garbage. And I think other people would probably tell you they're good. So I've never really heard people complain about them until Pandemonium. If you like Generation 2, then it's essentially the same thing. If you didn't like Gen 2 or had problems with Gen 2 mechanics, cough cough, then you probably wouldn't like it. A shiny Hisuian Voltorb, that's funny. I love Gen 2. That is what boggles my mind. So you're just, but so many of the things on your list today were problems that are directly stemmed from Gen 2, that they just didn't change. And so I guess what it seems like to me, if I was a therapist and I was breaking down your dislike of Heart Gold and Soul Silver, I think what it comes down to is you do not like that the games had issues and that they didn't change those issues. Like, what you would have wanted from Heart Gold and Soul Silver is that they took everything that was wrong from Gen 2, but then fixed it, and then also, on top of fixing it, then added new stuff. But that's not necessarily what a remake is, and that's the problem. For what it is perfect as a Gen 2 remake. However, they could have gone absolutely crazy and added a ton of stuff to it. No. I'm not saying I agree with you by any means necessary. I'm simply using therapist skills to come to a point of what your hate stems from. You're mad that they didn't improve the game and instead just made a remake of it. I understand. I understand where your anger is coming from. I get it. Here's what I'll say. If they ever remake Gen 2 again and they don't improve on it, then I'll be right there with you, very upset about it. Deal? I can make you that deal. That's my deal. I still love Heart Gold, Soul Silver, but if they ever dare to make Gen 2 remakes again and then don't add new stuff to it, then I'm going to be like, why are we playing Gen 2 for the third time with no improvements? Okay? I'm willing to go there. That's my, like, I'll meet you in the middle compromise. Deal? The very least, they could have pulled a Fire Red, Leaf Green and improved it. But, like, Fire Red and Leaf Green was a great game. I mean, personally, I think it's probably my preferred game. If I'm going to play Gen 1, that's what I would play through. But it still doesn't necessarily feel... Visually, obviously, is different, but it still feels pretty much the same. That's like, it added a couple things to it, which I do like. I do like the fact that they added stuff. 8 minutes till 4 hour stream. You're not wrong. I don't know how many encounters we're getting to today. I know the whole hour and a half of, like, the ranting definitely cut us down. I wanted to get to like 1,000 encounters. I don't know if we're gonna do that. You just hit 200 subs. Hey, congratulations, Pandemonium. Let's go. W's in the chat for Pandemonium. Very nice, very nice. Yeah, I think, I do think at some point you should definitely do another playthrough of Heart Gold, Soul Silver on stream, and see what you think about it, for serious, and I will watch it if you do. All right, Mrs. Crestfallen just called. She said that she hopes that you're all on your best behavior and says hello. So hello to chat from Mrs. Crestfallen. I'm bored. Anything good to discuss? We can discuss how Heart Gold and Soul Silver is such a good Pokemon game. Yeah, I told her you guys are definitely not on your best behavior. I will. I'll tell her you guys said hello. You know what? I think we're gonna try and get to 1,000. Let's try and get to 1,000. And see if we can. Let's do that. I feel like we can push 4 hours. Mrs. Crestfallen also has a work event tonight, so she's gonna be home a little bit later than expected. So honestly, I say we just take advantage of that and we just stream a little bit longer. What do you guys say? I don't know how many lists that I can make since I only hate Heart Gold and Soul Silver and Scarlet and Violet. I'm sure you could probably find things in any Pokemon game that you don't like. I feel like it's possible to do that. You could be like IGN and just be like, Gen 6 has too much water. Why'd they make it all water? Gen 5 has too many pixels. Complains. Yeah, every Pokemon game before Generation 6 was not in 3D. Oh my god. Guys. I mean, honestly, there are probably some kids who... I was about to make a joke and be like, I am only a fan of Pokemon from Gen 6 onward. But there are probably deadass actually some people like that who only probably got into Pokemon after that and don't even, like, know what a sprite is. Yeah, Ultra Moon, Ultra Sun, too many cutscenes. Yeah, exactly. Too many cutscenes. Too much dialogue in the game. Too much hand-holding. Didn't respect my expert veteran Pokemon status. Generation 8, Rival got beat by some random pink guy. Need better Rival. Team Yell, too loud. I never minded the pixels, but I appreciate them more now that I've made some and played older Pokemon games. Dude, I'm telling you, like, Oraz is great. I love Oraz. I did not necessarily love X and Y. I thought it kind of looked a little goofy. Oraz is like that perfect 3D game for me. Like, I genuinely think I still like Oraz better than Generation 7. I think I do, slightly. And I like the region better. Like, I love Hoenn. Hoenn is such a cool region. I by no means am, like, disliking... Like, Ultra Sun and Moon were definitely better than Sun and Moon, because they're, like, what Sun and Moon were supposed to be. But then Pokemon is just like, oh, we'll just release them after. So, like, Ultra Sun and Moon are definitely better than Sun and Moon, and they're good games. And I like the amount of Pokemon you can get in them. But yeah. I think Oraz is probably my favorite of the 3D era games. And I think I'll die on that hill. Last Halloween, I was a racer. I don't understand. I don't know how does that make sense? Is Pandemonium getting banned? Is this happening? I mean, the Heart Gold Soul Silver dislike was kind of already borderlines cause for it, but this might just be like black and white. No pun intended. That doesn't even make sense. Bruh. Yeah, Artistic gets to 200 subs, immediately gets canceled. That's actually crazy. This year, for Halloween, it's a bit of a sore subject right this second because it's already September, and if I want to do the costume that I want to work on, I have to really get started on it soon, and I have not started on it. Last year I started on my costume in July. I think it was like mid to end of July is when I started on it, and I did a full Hellboy costume, fully from scratch, and it actually ended up winning the Halloween costume contest last year, which was awesome. This year, I can't wear the same costume and win, and I want to win. So this year, I really want to do Red Guardian from Thunderbolts. If you guys have seen that movie, then you know who I'm talking about. And I have a lot of work to do to get that costume made, again, somewhat from scratch. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I could definitely pull that one off. Russian crest, exactly. I just throw on a bit of a Russian accent, which I have a little bit of time to work on. Not gonna lie, I still want to dress as Nate Adams or Roy's Mega Voltage design. That would be cool. That would be pretty cool. Vladimir Fallen. They call me Vladimir Fallen. I am doing the shiny hunting. Welcome to my channel. How many of you guys have seen JoJo's Bizarre Adventure? How many of you have watched that anime? Because I'm about to make like a reference, and if you've seen the show, it might be like a W reference, but if none of you have seen it, I can't even really make the reference, because it won't matter. The thing is, for Roy's Mega Voltage, how can I find a picture of your Hellboy outfit? I don't remember if I threw it into the chat last Halloween. I know I have it on my phone, so what I'll do is I will find a picture of it, and then I'll throw it into the Discord under Art and Hobbies. How about that? I gotta find it, because obviously it's a year ago, and I've taken way too many pictures since then. So give me a second, I gotta scroll back. Hello, Halloween last year, where are you? Bro, how did I take so many pictures? Okay, aha, okay. I've reached the Halloween phase. Okay. Hold on, now I gotta get into Discord. Art and Hobbies, The Fallen. There we go. Okay, I just sent it. You guys can see it. Let's do Halloween 2024 fit. There you go. It's in there. It's in the Discord. There's also like some additional pictures, like the whole like gun, the belt and gun setup. I did like a shit ton of work on that. The torso was not nearly as defined yet. Like, it was a bit blocky still. And then I had to go over it with, like, 2 more buckets of, like, foam clay to get all the stuff, like, smoothed out and stuff. We responded with the spicy. That's hilarious. Yeah, that was, a really fun project. I enjoyed working on that. I did the entire mask from scratch. The whole arm and everything, all the belts and shit. It was a ton of work. I feel like it probably cost more to do it from scratch the way I did it than to just buy like a pre-made costume. But I had fun making it, and I'm not even kidding. When I got to the Halloween party in full costume, nobody knew who the fuck I was under the mask, which was hilarious. They're like, "Who is this? This is such a good costume." It looks incredible. Awesome. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Yeah, I genuinely, like, that is, like, if there was a job to do that full-time, just make, like, costumes and props and stuff, that would be my job. If I could do anything, that would be my job. Because I had to, like, I literally, the mask started off as a clown mask, if you can believe that. It started off, let me see if I can find a picture of, like, the work in progress on it. Because it started off as, like, a blank clown mask that I then had to sculpt all of the horns and detail onto, and then had to do, like, I had to actually, like, attach hair to it, too, which I'd never done anything like that before. This is, like, one of those projects that tested my ability as a creator, an artist, I suppose. Hold on. Let me find a picture of the mask, the before, and you guys will know what I'm talking about. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, I found it. Okay. This is actually hilarious because you'll get to see the, like I said, the before. And the before just looks really funny. And you guys will be able to see the difference there. So it started off as like very basic, like, you know, very blocky kind of foam setup, and then a ton of like sculpting and then painting and then progress. So yeah, very, very, very much so. The before and after is crazy. Yeah, the transformation was definitely a W transformation. I had a blast with it. It was great. Probably one of my favorite projects I've ever done to this day. So I'm hoping Red Guardian will be just as fun. And if I manage to pull it off this year, I'll definitely take pictures and show you guys. Okay, this is going to be 9:33. Real selfie of Crest after being shown the document. No, what do you mean? Brother. Oh my gosh. I just don't even know what to say, man. You just could not be more wrong. What's it like being so wrong? Alright, no shiny. Alright, 9:41. 9:45. Taking outside my house. Brother. Oh my goodness. It's like the same people who hate on Gen 5. There are so many people that hate Generation 5 of Pokemon, and it's really good. And there's no reason to hate on it. I think I'd have, like, I wouldn't have the same reaction that I had today about Heart Gold Soul Silver as I would, like, if I were to defend Black and White, like, or Black and White 2. I love those games, but, like, you're messing with my direct childhood when you're talking about Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Like, those were some of my absolute favorite games. Also, you know what I just thought about from earlier? I don't remember what all of the Pokemon that you can get from the Pokewalker are, but I guarantee you that there were some Pokemon on the Pokewalker that would have been like a fire type. And I bet you your thing about earlier about like fire types where? Like you probably could have gotten some from that too. Like, I don't remember what the whole pool of all the Pokemon from the Pokewalker are, but I guarantee you there's something good in there. And yet again, my point of you had to work for it is there. Yo, Galax and their viewers just joined. Say hello. How's it going? We are currently Shiny Hunting Regirock, and we're also defending Pokemon Heart Gold Soul Silver, because we were told earlier today that Pokemon Heart Gold Soul Silver is basically trash, and I have been defending it all stream today. So if you guys like Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver, say so in the chat. It's such a good game. How you doing, Galax? Thank you so much for dropping in, man. Hope the stream is going well. Shines. I hope so too, man. I really do. We gotta get some Cocoa Pebbles. We're going for it. We're very close to 1,000. The prediction from chat has been about 1,900. I think I'm gonna get it around 3,000 personally, but 1,900 seems to be about like where we've been sitting. Welcome, Raiders. I'm the villain. Yeah, he's the villain. That he is the person that hates Heart Gold Soul Silver. Galax said, L take Heart Gold Soul Silver's goated. Thank you. I subbed and liked the stream. Hey, thanks so much, Jackson. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Blinding Duck said 1,777. Number 2618 is the one. Okay. Alright. I like that. That's better than 3,000. Not by much, but by a bit. The only thing that's bothering me is like some of the delay on the actual games. Like we're getting like some of them aren't all syncing at the same time. And that's just because I think the computer doesn't like running 4 instances of the game. We were kind of big chillin' at 3 instances, but as soon as we tried to push to 4 instances, the computer is just like, nah, bruh. No. But for the most part, it's running all right. It's passable at best. All right, 957. If we get it before 1,000, that'd be kind of nuts, actually. Get it on this stream. I was gonna probably call it at 1,000 because like we've already been a little over 4 hours. So we'll see what happens. You mean your limited edition Windows 3DS, dude? Yeah, man. My limited edition Windows 3DS. It's definitely not an emulator. Definitely not an emulator, Nintendo. Yep. Don't tell Nintendo. What's kind of cool though, with this copy of I almost said Heart Gold. This Alpha Sapphire save. This is literally my Alpha Sapphire save from my cartridge from the midnight release of Alpha Sapphire, and I've been doing so much shiny hunting on this thing all the years since it came out. And so thankfully, thanks to technology, you can take your save file and put it on an emulator, and it's so beautiful because you get to play your save file. It's so good. Anyways, that's just like my little yay emulator technology. At least you can do that. I see Ponyta and Houndour on the Pokewalker. Houndour is 1,000 and Ponyta is 1,000 watts. I mean, yeah, but like, you said there was no fire types. You can get a fire type, 2 of them. You just have to get 1,000 watts and 10,000 watts. It's totally doable. We ended up getting our Shalfa Unknown today. Oh, congratulations! We also accidentally got a Shiny Unknown X and then a Y. Okay, that's sick. Yo, what's going on, Nix? How you doing? Hashtag Galax Raid. I'm so appreciative of the Galax Raid. Thank you. Yeah, I still have not ever done Shalfa hunting. I have not done one of those. I think at some point I will. I've got a shiny hunting project in the works with some people. I don't know, maybe I should just tell you guys. Maybe I should just say what I'm thinking. So, a while back, my buddies did this thing where they did like this shiny race, and it was like a rainbow. So it was like the first person to get a shiny of all the colors would win. I did not get to participate. I was a little jealous, I'm not gonna lie. So I proposed that for the next one that we do, when the three of us do it, we do a shiny hunting, but we do a bingo card. And so basically, like, if you've ever played bingo, you need to get X amount of things in a row, and it doesn't necessarily matter how you do it, you just have to get those things. And so what we're gonna try and do is like a bingo card for shiny hunting, and like one of them I actually was thinking might be doing a Shalfa, because I think that would kind of annoy all of us to have to do it, but it would mean I'd get the chance to actually do one. So yeah, I thought that'd be kind of fun. Sounds cool. Yeah, it should be pretty cool, Swift. I'm doing great, and I'm doing great, Nix. Thank you. How do you have 4 screens? So we're not gonna tell Nintendo, so just keep it on the down low, but we're basically using an emulator. I had something similarly planned with my friends. Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, like, doing like a group thing with friends and shiny hunting is so much fun. It's awesome. The other thing I did with them was like the hide and go seek in like the wild area where you pretend to be the different Pokemon. That was also very fun. Obviously not necessarily shiny related, but actually one of them did end up getting a shiny, I think, during that. Which is really funny. Like, I think they ended up being like, no, pause, I gotta stop, I gotta get the shiny. Which is really funny. He kind of just gave up as being a seeker and started shiny hunting. And then it was just like me left hiding. It was silly. But yeah. Good times. Yeah, this whole XP thing is crazy in the chat now. Everybody's like fighting for the throne of first place. You're 50 behind. Is 50 a lot of points? Like, how much points do you get per comment? How does that work? None of my friends play Pokemon, sad face. Yeah, that is kind of rough. But I mean, the nice thing is, like, with the Discord though, you guys absolutely, if you ever wanted to, you guys all could get together and do shiny hunting as like a group. There's no reason why you couldn't. You know what I mean? It's definitely an option. That's kind of one of the nice things about having a Discord server. The more you have, the slower you get them. Interesting. Is that actually the case? So, like, if you have a lot of XP already, then you're getting less XP. And then if you have less XP, you get more starting off. Huh. Interesting. Let's see the shiny. I think I've settled on a name. I said it during the last stream. I initially wanted to call this thing Cliffy, and then like make a short of it, and then like tag Purple Cliff. But I mean, the chances of him seeing it are probably slim to none. So I don't know if I'm gonna actually do that. But I think I'm gonna name this thing Milton, because obviously the guy who made the Hershey chocolate is Milton, and he's like chocolate, Cocoa Pebbles kind of vibe. So I'm thinking Milton. Could always go with the classic Unun though. Nestle is better, but all right. Wow, not you guys hating on Milton Hershey. Where would we be without that Hershey, man? Also, I'm a little biased because I live near Hershey, Pennsylvania. Been like on the tour for the Hershey factory like several times, so I'm kind of like a stanny. I'm just kidding. If you ever are in Hershey, Pennsylvania, though, highly recommend the tour. It's pretty cool. You also may or may not get some free chocolate. Oh, and they did a Pokemon collaboration like 2 months ago. So me and Mrs. Crestfallen, we went over there. One of our mutual friends visited us, and we all went over to the factory and they did a Pokemon collaboration, not obviously just for the candy, but when you went to the factory, they have this ride in the factory that's like this tour of how they make the different candies, and they had literally Pokemon hidden in the tour that were like, how many Pokemon can you spot during the ride? And it was actually super cool, because like I said, I've been on the tour a couple times, but seeing Pokemon hidden in the tour made it so much more exciting. I'm sorry, but I just don't know how the US individuals can have Hershey's. It's generally some of the worst chocolate I've ever had. Bro, you guys have like Cadbury and some other really good chocolate like in the UK, right? Like, I don't know, like what's your equivalent of Hershey over there? Like, what's your go-to chocolate? I mean, you gotta think about it. When you're not from the United States, your taste buds would be very different. Like, they're used to other stuff. Yeah, Cadbury. Cadbury's goated, dude. I love Cadbury. I have to say, though, and this is no hate to the United States or the UK, but there was this one market that it was like a world market where you could get foods from all over the world. And there was this one time that I went in there, and they had like all the different snacks from the different countries and the foods and stuff. They had this chocolate bar that was from Iceland, and I swear to God, it was the best chocolate bar I'd ever had in my life. Like any other chocolate bar has never come close. And I forget what the company was called, but like Iceland knows what's up. They've got their chocolate game on point. That's all I can say. Too bad you guys can't get proper Cadbury. The one in the US is vastly different and much worse than, yeah, I'm sure it is. I'm honestly willing to bet that even at like the world markets where you can get like the foods from all over, they probably still even tweak them enough. You know what I mean? I would be willing to bet that they probably tweak them, even though they claim that those are from the other countries. But who knows? I don't know. I haven't had the pleasure of visiting Europe yet. That is on my list of things to do. I just got done visiting Canada for the first time, and that was pretty cool. They had a crap ton of candies I'd never seen either. Like, there was like 4 candy bars I'd never even heard of. And I was like, okay. And they were really good. They were very, very good. I think one of them was actually by Cadbury. But I don't know if, Europe Cadbury is different from Canadian Cadbury. I really wouldn't know. I've had US Cadbury once, and I wish to never do so again. It felt like chocolatey cardboard. RIP. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I don't know what kind of chocolate I'd recommend to somebody when they visit the United States, or trying United States chocolate. I feel like, I don't know, I feel like that's a tough one. Maybe Lindt. I'd say Lindt might be something kind of, it's a little bit of a higher quality kind of vibe. I feel like if you're used to like generally cleaner food in general, because obviously the United States has so much processed garbage, I'd say maybe the Lindt chocolates would be potentially one of those type of chocolates, but they probably even have those in, I don't think that's a United States thing. Yeah, exactly. Like, you probably could get those elsewhere. It's all right. Yeah, it's all right. It is overpriced. No, it's so overpriced. They definitely throw a very big price tag on there. Dove is pretty good. I think Dove's alright. Hot take, I don't really like Dove chocolate much, and if I ever do try Dove, it's usually the dark chocolate. I like their dark chocolate. I don't really like their milk chocolate personally. My favorite chocolate is a Swiss one. I forgot the name of it. Alright, that's what's up. I mean, honestly, like I said, the best chocolate I've ever tried is from Iceland. So maybe the Icelands and the Swiss, maybe they just know what's going on. They got the chocolate game on lock. Never had Duff, so I don't know. I like milk chocolate. That's fair. UK and US have version exclusives. Would you prefer chocolate that tastes better but is processed as hell, or chocolate that tastes alright but is fresh? I mean, ideally, I'd like chocolate that tastes really good and is really fresh. But I don't know if that's an option. The Iceland bar that I had was that option. That's what I'm saying, man. I need to find out what brand it was. I will agree, though, Belgian chocolate doesn't compare to anything. It's in a league of its own. Yeah, I do feel like that's also, it's its own thing as well. That's fair. But yeah, I think just personally, that Icelandic chocolate bar is the best one I've ever had. And I hope at some point to try it again. I actually am thinking about it. While I was visiting Arizona, I should have gone to that market and seen if they had any, and then I could have gotten one to bring back here. Because I don't think we have that store here. Pandemonium, I generally don't think I've ever seen an American try authentic UK chocolate and say it's worse than US chocolate. Yeah, I guarantee you, I don't want to say a guarantee for everybody. I guarantee for me, at least, that if I tried chocolate over in the UK, it would probably be like life-changing and probably never want to go back to the chocolate we have here. I'm willing to say that because I've heard so many good things about it. I think that just goes for a lot of the stuff over there in general. Arizona's fun. You can literally ride in the back of a pickup truck in the streets and it's legal. Heck yeah, man. Did that so many times. I love that. I do miss that about Arizona. I used to do that a lot with friends. Good times. I'd call it even because of the whole picking your poison thing. I don't know. I by no means ever have claimed to be bougie. But if I'm gonna have a treat, I want it to be a good treat. And I feel like if you can get a really good quality treat, which, you know, Europe in general is just known for, I think that's what I'd go for. Some of y'all's chocolate doesn't even melt in your mouth. How is that possible? Right, exactly. Like, some of it is so processed where it's just like, hello? Definitely true. Do you guys, I know it's a Hershey product, but do you guys have, like, Reese's Cups over in the UK? And if so, what are your takes on that? Also, I guess it depends on if you like peanut butter or not. I'm curious if, like, what the opinion on those are, because those tend to be pretty popular here, more so than just, like, a standard Hershey bar. I don't really feel like you see a lot of people just being like, ooh, I love, like, a regular Hershey bar. I mean, that's kind of like the staple for, like, the American camping s'mores, you know? But I feel like if I'm to ever gravitate towards getting a chocolate that's from the Hershey products, it's probably going to be like a Reese's Cup. Yeah, they're also way different. Not as much as Cadbury, though. I like them, but... Wait, does Cadbury have, like, their own version of a Reese's Cup? I mean, I guess that probably shouldn't be shocking, but I just don't think I've ever seen one. And it's probably, again, because we don't get access to all of the Cadbury stuff over there. I imagine they're probably very good there, though, if you have them. Okay, nothing yet. Okay. What song is this that's playing? It always reminds me of Johto Burn Tower. This song, certain parts of it, remind me of this one Fire Emblem song. It's from, which one is it? Fire Emblem Birthright, I think is which one it is. And it's like the song that plays during that with Lucina. I can't remember. It's been a long time since I've seen that game. I've never watched it. I've only actually done like Let's Plays of it and watched those. But I remember that song. It's also in Super Smash Brothers as well, pretty sure. Okay. $9.85. We're getting close to 1,000. We'll see if we can get it before. Not gonna lie, Arizona is just a bit different. Even the people live in there. I told you I banned Jack, man. I wasn't kidding. I told him, push my buttons, try me. No, I'm kidding. I didn't ban him. I don't know if he's actually here, though. Maybe he got timed out. Or maybe he just decided to not stay. I don't know. Alright, 989. Nothing quite yet. Jack seems like has Jack's mentality. I don't know if I follow. Jack is a character, though. Okay. 997. We're getting close. Alright, 1001. Jack's from the Amazing Digital Circus. I have never seen that. I'm sorry. I'm sure it's a good reference, but I've not seen it, so I'm not familiar with it. Alright. We're gonna need to edit the counter a little bit. It's getting cut off. I'm seeing that now. Let's make it a bit smaller as well. Okay, not quite like that. Let's bring that in a little bit. There we go. That looks good. I can live with that. I was worried that it was a little too big earlier, and that once we got to the 4 digits, that it was going to be a problem. That's why you always trust your gut the first time. Oh, I clicked A too early. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Okay, there we go. We're back in sync now. In sync. Get it? Bad joke. $125 XP ahead of Pan. Nice. Staying on top. Keeping that throne. It'd be really funny. I don't know if it works. Like on Twitch, you can give people channel points, or at least I remember you used to be able to. It'd be really funny on YouTube if you could just give people points, and then you just like make somebody else #1 just to like trigger the person who's currently #1. It'd be funny. They'd all gang up against me? Yeah. What song is this? I actually like this song. It's very chill. Minda's Lament. That's because it's Legend of Zelda, and Legend of Zelda has such good music. Not surprising. I was gonna say, this is definitely not Pokemon. Did Crest really not know the amazing digital circuit? Yeah, no, I did not. I have not seen that. Should watch it when you get some free time. I'll definitely check it out. I'll see what it's about, see what I think. Without any spoilers, what's it about? What's the description? Very goofy and cartoon adventures. Okay. Interesting. Oh, this is going to be desynced and it's going to drive me crazy. 3D animation style most of the time. What's your favorite character? I think Swift is asking what your favorite character is, Duck. Oh, yeah. This is definitely not asking me, because I don't know. I've never seen it. No name spoilers for Crest. I appreciate it. Is this 1041 or did I forget to click the button? I don't remember. I'm just gonna assume I remembered. That seems like the unlikely answer, but that's okay. This is 1045 now. Okay, half the screen is going to be getting an encounter. Now the other half of the screen is going to get an encounter. Nothing. Oh man, we definitely mistimed our clicking. Alright, 10:53. Yeah, I appreciate the no spoilers. I'm definitely like 110% more likely to check out something that people recommend when there aren't spoilers. Because I feel like if you're like, oh, you gotta check this out, it's really good, and then like you proceed to like spoil a bunch of it, I'm probably not gonna want to check it out. So thank you. Or worse yet, this hasn't happened to me personally, like in our chat, but like you're watching something and then somebody says something and spoils it. It's like the worst thing ever. Absolutely the worst thing ever. When we were, 2.5 weeks ago or whatever, when we went to the beach for the week with Mrs. Crestfallen and her family, Mrs. Crestfallen's dad, we were like sitting at the table and we were like talking about like TV shows and stuff, and we were telling him that we just started the show and asked him if he had watched it, and he's like, oh yeah, I watched it. I watched the whole first season of it, and then they killed off the main character and I stopped watching it. And I just like, my jaw just dropped, because who does that? Who says that, man? Like, you just spoiled the entire ending of the first season of the show. And it's like Mrs. Crystal was just like, oh, I didn't know that happened because like we just started it. I knew it happened because I've seen it before, but I just like looked at him and I was just like, bruh just spoiled the whole show. Am I muted? No, hold on, let me scroll back up. I'm sorry. PokeMMO, I won't tell you anything. Haha. PokeMMO, man. He's yapping. Give him a second, bro. Be quiet. I'm allowed to yap. It's my stream. Okay, I'll yap until I want to. That made no sense. That wasn't proper English. I said I was going to 1,000 encounters. We're at 1,053. This is extra. This is like post-game content. Extra credit. DLC right now, okay? My bad. I'm at work. No, you're good. You're good, man. You're totally good. This stream has been a crazy stream. Stream DLC. Yeah, this is stream DLC. We know how much post-game stuff triggers pandemonium, so I'm surprised he's here still, because this is considered post-game content right now. Because I said I was stopping at 1,000. Run an 8-hour stream over halfway there, you nuts? You're crazy. We're gonna run it for a while, just because we've got some steam going right now. We've got some steam going, and I promised y'all a second stream this week. I did. 8-hour stream. My dude just like run an 8-hour stream. I come home from work and then run a 7-hour one, bro. I'm just saying, you're built different, dude. I'm an old man. I am an old man. But you're not. You're older than me. Yes, you are older than me. But like, I don't know, man. You've got like the I don't even know how to describe what I'm trying to say. Like, you're older than me, but like you've got the dude. Yeah, no, yeah, right. You've got like the young energy, man. I feel like I don't have that young energy anymore. I genuinely feel like that just drained. Also, I'm still just recovering from surgery too. So like the fact that I'm even sitting at this desk for over 4 hours is already crazy. I'm gonna be so sore once I'm done sitting here. But I do it for you guys. I'm doing it for you guys. I promised another stream. You guys are getting another stream, okay? You know, when it desyncs diagonally and it turns into like a checkerboard effect, I'm not gonna lie, I don't hate that too much. I don't like it when only the right side of the screen is synced and the left side of the screen is synced, or top and bottom. But when it does the diagonal checkerboard desync, I'm okay with that. That one actually looks aesthetically pleasing. But I'd prefer that all four work at the same time, please. That would be ideal. Come on, Regirock. You know, speaking of Regirock, I just had a flashback. Do you guys remember in the Pokemon anime, during like Gen 4? I think it was, I want to say it's Gen 4. It's like the Battle Frontier guy, and he owned like all 3 of the Regis. Do you guys remember that? I remember like thinking to myself watching the anime being like, dude, that dude went and caught all 3 Regis, and then I think he catches Regigigas in that episode, if I remember correctly. Do you guys remember that? I know Swift probably does, because you've seen all the anime. But man, I remember that being crazy. Incoming shiny on the next 50? Dude, I hope so. I would love that. I would love that. I forget who's the next Reggie to hunt for. I think it's, This is one of the best songs of all time. I'm pausing for a second. Okay, there we go. Waited for the drop. Dude. Oh, Legend of Zelda has such good music. I gave away most legendary shiny last year. I know, dude. That's crazy. I remember that was such a fun stream. Good stream. Okay, let's reset. I saw it a couple times, but I have no memory of it. I don't know. That specific episode of the Pokemon anime sticks with me because that dude had all 3 Reggies. I mean, obviously, this was well before Regieleki and Regidrago were introduced, but he had all the Reggies at the time, and then proceeded to then catch Regigigas. And I remember just being like, "This dude is badass. He's awesome." You know, another thing I just thought of. This is funny. This is random, and it's also targeted at Pandemonium. So one of the things that Pandemonium was mentioning, like, he was getting annoyed about like post game stuff or like things being like locked or hidden behind things. Here's an example, okay? Pandemonium is probably like the same type of person that was annoyed that she couldn't get Regigigas at Snowpoint Temple in Diamond, Pearl, or Platinum without having to trade your Reggies from Gen 3 over to Gen 4. Same type of person to get annoyed about that. Like, what do you mean I can't catch this legendary without having to trade? Because there's a lot of people that felt that way. They did. They were like, what do you mean I have to catch all the Pokemon in Generation 3 and then transfer them over? But that's what you just had to do back then. You had to put in some work. And I don't even know if Pandemonium's here for this, but I hope he is. If he's not, I'm clipping it and sending it to him later. Same energy, bro. Didn't you get the badass shiny last year from the Christmas giveaway? Yeah, I did. I remember. I obviously had no idea what I was gonna get, but I ended up getting the shiny. Why can't I think of his name? Deoxys. Which is hilarious because I had just caught my shiny Deoxys too, which is really funny. But that was the one that I was like, oh, if I'm gonna get any shiny Pokemon, that'd be a cool one to get. And then I ended up getting it. So I have the shiny Deoxys that I caught, and then I have that one. And I'm pretty sure I went and changed its form. If I remember correctly, I think I changed its form so that way I would have the one that I caught and then have a different form. Yeah, exactly. That's the one. Yeah, that was hype. It was a fun stream. Fun time. Are you going to do something like that again this year, you think? I got to play Alpha Sapphire. I can't speak. Alpha Sapphire for it. I need to go for Deoxys. You can't shiny hunt Deoxys in Alpha Sapphire, unfortunately. So the only games you can actually shiny hunt Deoxys in is going to be Fire Red, Leaf Green. And I think you can shiny hunt for it in one of the Gen 3 games. But I remember, I'm forgetting why, because it's been like half a year since I hunted for it. But I'm remembering that they said the reason to hunt for it in Leaf Green or Fire Red was something to do with the reset. Oh, I remember what it was. I think the reason why you do it in Leaf Green and Fire Red is that you can save like right in front of the triangle after you do the puzzle, and that way all you have to do is upon resetting you just press A once. I think the other game makes you do the puzzle every time in Gen 3. I think that might be it. Don't quote me, but I'm pretty sure. I'm like 80% sure. I think that's why they always say to hunt for it in Leaf Green or Fire Red. So yeah, it's a bit of a pain though, because you gotta obviously have the ticket to get to the island for it, and then you gotta do the whole red triangle puzzle, which is fun. Again, I would say it's quote-unquote annoying, but that's from modern standard of like what you had to do back in the old games. I actually loved the fact that you had to do that. I thought that the whole puzzle was a little unforgiving, and that if you mess up, it resets, so you have to get the puzzle just right. Same thing with like when you shiny hunt for Mew and Emerald, where you have to go through the grass. You kind of get used to his like pattern, but like you had to work for it. You didn't just like save in front of it and press A. You actually genuinely had to move around. It's a little more involved, which I loved that about those hunts. Shiny Mew and Shiny Deoxys are two of my favorite hunts that I've ever done. I really loved those hunts. I think the Mew one definitely was a big deal, because that's kind of what kicked off deciding to do like the Shiny Living Dex. Was like, oh my gosh, I can Shiny Hunt a Mythical or a Legendary. I can do this. And then, you know, since then, obviously, we're at like 400 plus Pokemon to the Shiny Living Dex in like, we had gotten almost 400 Pokemon in less than 8 months. We had so much crazy momentum. I'm not gonna lie, I talked about it to Mrs. Crestfallen last night too, because we just had like a really nice conversation before bed last night and just were chit-chatting. And I was telling her that I felt really demotivated at the end of last year, because you guys know I was streaming constantly. I was shiny hunting, I was doing like the spooky scary shiny hunting every day for Pokemon for Halloween and trying to get all those. We had crazy momentum. I was shiny hunting Arceus, Shaman, and then like was doing like the Christmas Winter Wonder shiny hunting. Like we had so much potential momentum that I felt like we were just doing great. And then at the end of the year, I think I took like two weeks off of streaming to start to edit the long content form video, because I wanted to make a compilation of all the shinies from that year, because I was like, surely this video is like a really big deal, and I've spent so many hours and so much of my year in this project. Took 2 weeks off of streaming, made that video, put that video out, and it flopped. And I remember I was gutted. I felt so just deflated and defeated, and I was so sad, where I'm just like, what is the point? Like, obviously, I was like not gonna ever just quit, because of course I want to actually complete the Shiny Living Dex. But like, there was like that part of me that's like, I spent so much time doing this, and then I spent so much time editing that video of the compilation of it all, where for it to just flop just felt really bad. And I think I'm just like, at this point, I'm just kind of like, whatever. It happens. It's whatever. And then just kind of try and move on and just keep doing stuff. You know what I mean? And the way I thought about it too was like, all of you guys in our Discord, like in our subbed and stuff, I know you guys saw that video. A lot of you mentioned seeing it, and like you guys left comments or likes. So like, it's not one of those things where you can be upset, where it's like, wow, my audience didn't watch that video. I really put a lot of work into it. I thought they'd like it. It's more so like, we didn't really gain any new attention. And you know, that was kind of like the, oh man, it's disappointing. But by no means was I ever like, wow, I'm sad that, you know, our community didn't watch it, kind of thing. You know what I mean? I don't think I've watched it. It's fine. I mean, it's a year ago at this point, kind of thing. But it's just a compilation of like all the shinies we had found for the year in like order. And you know, because so many of you guys had been there live during the shinies and stuff, it was just like almost like a collage of like, hey, we got that shiny this year. Like, I remember I was there for that one, kind of thing. So, yeah. But again, it's also one of those things too. I think I was so focused on trying to get to the 1,000 sub mark, where you can actually start, you know, doing like the AdSense and like the memberships and the cool badges and stuff, and like, you know, the whole YouTubery side of it, versus just like, hey, I'm shiny hunting and hanging out with people. I got very, very like focused on wanting to do that, because again, that's natural. You want to hit that 1,000 subs, you want to get those things. Like, it's an achievement, you want that. And any gamer, I know you guys all know what I'm talking about, you guys all want to get an achievement, right? Especially because then it's like, well, I'm spending so much time streaming too, and then there's like that little extra added bonus of like, hey, I'm also actually getting something from doing this too, a little bit, you know, a little extra gratification. And it's just like, I don't know, it just felt bad. It just felt bad. But it is what it is. We carry on. Imagine Pokemon Home. Well, that's kind of what I'm doing. So, like, every single shiny Pokemon that I'm getting, and all the games that I've gotten them, so, like, I've taken the game, any Pokemon that I've gotten, I have then put into Pokemon Home. So that's where my shiny Living Dex is living right now. And yeah, it's very large right now. I could pull it up right now and tell you exactly where we're sitting at. I forget where we're sitting at right this second. We are sitting at 610 at the moment. 610. We have 470 more shinies to go till we've completed it. And it's crazy to say that because I never actually thought I would have this many already. Got around 90-ish. Yeah, so I had less than 200 when I started. I was at like 198 when I put out that first video of like, hey, I decided to do a shiny Living Dex. And then from that video, 8 months later, we are already at like, almost 500. Like we gained 300 plus shiny Pokemon in 8 months. It was nuts. And not just easy ones. It's not like we just did like Scarlet and Violet and made a bunch of sandwiches. Like we did some ridiculous hunts. Like we got the Deoxys in like mythicals. Yes, exactly. We did like mythicals and legendaries and like hard hunts. And the fact that we got so many of those, along with, you know, admittedly some easier ones, you know, for a total of over 300 shinies was crazy. Absolutely crazy. My shiny Celebi is from Pokemon Go. Yeah, mine too. I want to hunt for shiny Celebi in Crystal. I actually... Oops, sorry. I just accidentally clicked on one of the windows. I actually have Pokemon Crystal on my 3DS with the GS event and everything. So, like, I think I should be able to actually shiny hunt for it. I just need to figure out... I actually just need to figure out how to run it. Because I don't remember if it runs kind of like... And again, if you've never used an emulator, you know, you might not know the inner workings of it. But essentially, you have the game, and you run the game. But the thing with the Crystal was that it was like a game that you downloaded off of the shop. It was like a digital thing versus like an actual normal emulator. So I don't know if I have to like just simply run that file and that it'll run as if I'm playing Crystal on like how the 3DS, or if I have to have a separate Crystal ROM and then like it's like a patch kind of thing. I don't remember how it works, so I'm gonna have to do some research, but I absolutely am gonna be shiny hunting Celebi if I can get the whole stream thing working, because I think that'd be a really fun one to do. It would be the first time I've ever done a shiny hunt in like the OG older games, because the oldest game I've ever done a shiny hunt in is Gen 3. I've never done anything before Gen 3, so that would be a cool one to actually have a Gen 2 shiny hunt. That'd be pretty hype. Yo, you got the shiny Latios? Hey, let's go. Big W. You got to catch it now? Okay. Good luck. Good luck. Sending you all the luck. Hope you can catch it. I don't know if you have a ball picked out that you want to catch it in, but I personally would recommend a luxury ball or a level ball. Those two are really good balls for shiny Latios. Also, we just hit 1,101. So we've now broken 11, or we are now over 1,000 by 100. So we're gonna keep chugging along here. Is it in general? All right, let me pull up the Discord. Hold on, I'm gonna take a look. Yeah, let's go. Heck yeah, man, that's awesome. Congratulations, definitely. Oh, shiny Latios is so cool. I genuinely love shiny Latios. It's so good. Jack literally saying reset your game. What a troll. What a troll. Oh, Jackson joined the Discord server. I don't know if you're still here, Jackson, but thank you so much for joining the Discord server. Glad to have you. Welcome, welcome. That's crazy. Congratulations, Blinding Duck. I'm super glad you got it. I know you've been resetting trying to get that one. That's awesome. Now that you got your shiny Latios, it's my turn. I'm going to get the shiny Regirock, alright? That's what's going to happen. That would have been so awesome if I got it just then. Imagine that clip. Right, 11-13. Probably go for a Premier Ball. Okay, that's cool. Premier Ball's clean. You can't go wrong with a Premier Ball. I'm one of those people that really like to try and color coordinate the Pokeballs. And the Luxury Ball being black kind of goes with a lot of stuff just because it's a cool Pokeball. But I love the animation of the Luxury Ball with the sparkles because I feel like it complements Shinies so well. Oh, Mrs. Crestfallen's calling. Hold on one second. Alright, that was, again, indeed Mrs. Crestfallen. Mrs. Crestfallen is going to be home shortly, and I will not be streaming too much longer. We managed to get over 5 hours today. It's kind of crazy. Gotta wait for the Mewtwo after this. 3 shakes, not caught yet. You said it's going to be fun. It knows Wish. Ooh, yeah. If you know Taunt, you should taunt it if you can. I don't know if you have Taunt on the set you're running right now. Try and paralyze it or something too, so that way maybe it gets paralyzed and misses Wish. Alright, I think we're going to get to 1200 and then we're probably going to call it. Doing the Trevenant strat? Got you. Nice. Yeah, I think 1200 is pretty reasonable. We got further than I planned on today. The trick skill swap. Nice. I like it. So let's go ahead. The Lepa Berry. Nice. Let's get to 1200, and then I'll feel comfortable at a good stopping point there. I think 1200 is respectable. Good 5-hour stream today. Fall Swipe and Spore. I love it. Very nice. Very nice. And then, I don't know. For the next stream, I'm not sure what I want to do. Like I said, I've got the Heart Gold, or not Heart Gold, sorry, Soul Silver Shiny Badge Quest that we started. I would like to continue. I'd like to get the next encounter so we can progress the game. And or start the Black Shiny Badge Quest, but that's gonna be, it's gonna be such a grind. I think I'm leaning towards Soul Silver for the next stream. I want to make some progress. You caught it! Let's go! Boo, 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 boo. Big hype. Congratulations. Now, if you could send your blessing in the chat so that I can get my Shiny Reggie, that would be much appreciated. Thank you. Right, 11:53. Yeah, at this point right now, you're the only active person chatting right this second, so you're just farming the XP, man. Your throne is just getting more and more solidified right now. Come on, I want to see the chocolate rock golem. My lurking nature is revealed. Nah, you're good. This whole like XP thing that YouTube has rolled out, the whole idea of it is like to get chat engaged, to essentially just fight for the #1 crown. And I think it's hilarious. Like, I'm perfectly fine with people lurking in the chat. Like, I tend to be one of those people myself. However, I just think it's really funny that it's basically just making the people who already like to be active just like competing now for like #1 slot. I love it. I think it's funny. It gives like a little extra drama in the chat almost. But yeah, it's definitely, I don't even know if you get points just from lurking. Like, I think on Twitch, I'm pretty sure you just get points being present versus chatting. So I think it's really funny that YouTube's like, nah, points for chatting only. It also probably is because YouTube probably gets extra, I don't know, they probably get something out of when people chat. Like, I know the whole idea is like their algorithm is like, if you're getting a lot of people chatting in your stream, that's a good thing for you as a streamer. But I also think they probably get something out of it too. That's just my suspicion though. Ooh, what song is this? I like. Ancient Retreat from Pokemon Legends Arceus. Ooh. Okay. I vibe with it. Late Night from Platinum is good. Yeah, that's a good one. This playlist is on Smart Shuffle right now, so it's just throwing out random things, and I'm here for it. I kind of get tired of hearing the same songs that usually play on this playlist, and I don't think we've had a repeat today, at least that I've noticed. So I really like the Smart Shuffle going on today. Oh, I'm sorry. Every time I see PLA, I always think it's the abbreviation for Platinum, not for Pokemon Legends Arceus. My bad. That is my misunderstanding. Sorry about that. It's not the first time I've done that. It's actually a common theme. You can probably make a compilation about the amount of times I've done that. the late night from Legends Arceus is what you're meaning, yeah. Don't worry, it's alright. No, I'm not gonna sleep tonight because I messed it up. Just kidding. Alright, 1173. We're getting very close to 1200. And unfortunately, that is where we're going to be wrapping the stream up, is when we get to 1200. So, we've got a little bit more time to all hang out. A wee bit more time. Which also means we have a wee bit more time for this Shiny Regirock to show up. I messed up the timing so bad. Okay, nothing. It's gonna take me like 2 hours to find the wormhole for Mewtwo. Yeah, definitely make sure and save too now that you got Latios. I remember remember there was this one guy, I forget who it was streaming. They got a shiny from a wormhole, they moved on and then didn't save or something like that, and then they lost the previous shiny. So make sure and definitely save. I think doing the wormhole hunting would be fun too. I have not ever tried to do the wormhole hunting. You already did, good. I assume so. Most people do. I think that guy that day just forgot to save because he was like super hyped about getting the shiny and then eager to move on. Yeah, always save. Lesson for life. Like 7 times, it's funny. I'm the same way. I will save my game multiple times. Like, it technically does not matter, but I do it, like, just as a habit. I'll just save my game several times. It's easy after you find the wormhole you want. Yeah, I genuinely, like I said, I've never tried it before. I think it'd be really fun to do that at some point. And I know there's a lot of shinies in there that I actually need. And from what I remember hearing, supposedly the shiny odds are not bad either. Like, there's actually a lot of people who say that it's like a preferred way to hunt for some of the shinies. $1,365 if you have the charm. Yeah, that's not bad. That's really not too bad at all. Compared to like this one for the 4,096 and like the other Harkle Silver Hunt I'm doing, which is like the 8,192. Oh yeah, and it increases the farther you go. That's right. I forgot. That's a thing too. So yeah, I think I'm gonna definitely have to do some ultra wormholes. That's definitely on my list of things to do for hunts. Okay, we are at 12:01. I'm going to do this last batch. This is the final batch of resets. After this one, we are ending stream. So, ladies and gentlemen, for anybody in the chat, lurking, chatting, buckle in. This is our final reset for the stream. Okay, no luck on the bottom right. Let's see. Here we go. Other 3. Did we get it? Nope. Alright. No such luck today. Although, we did improve our number quite a bit. We went from 501 to 1,201. So, unfortunately, did not get our shiny today, but we had a really good stream nonetheless. had a lot of people hanging out with us today, so thank you guys all. We also got the, wait, what do you mean shiny? I'm so confused, because, like, I said someone would get a shiny. It was me. Wait, did you get a shiny? Wait, what? Did you? Don't tell me you just got a shiny after just trying to start and get the wormhole. If you're telling me that you found the Mewtwo wormhole and got a shiny, I'm gonna freak out. Oh, the Latios. I see. I was about to be like, you guys are confusing me, and I'm looking at my screen like, wait, are you trying to tell me I got the shiny? Like, I don't see a shiny. Oh my gosh. But anyways, thank you guys all for hanging out today. I appreciate the raid, Galix. I don't know if you're still here or not, but much appreciated, Galix. Had a couple people from over there. Also, looks like subbed as well, so thank you guys so much for the new subs. Welcome to the Fallen. Absolutely happy to have you here. Yeah, so without further ado, I'll probably see you guys this next week. I don't think we're going to stream again this week, but this next week, we'll probably do some more shiny hunting. I think we're going to do the Heart Gold, or sorry, I keep saying Heart Gold, the Soul Silver shiny badge quest. So I think that's what we're going to do. So yeah, I will definitely make sure and let you guys know in the Discord when we do plan to stream. And also, we'll also try and just, you know, also copy and paste it this time, because I think the last time we forgot to actually notify everybody till after the fact. So yeah, first hour of this stream, first hour and a half of this stream was just a reaction stream defending Heart Gold and Soul Silver, which was an absolute blast. So yeah, but yeah, I hope you guys all have a great rest of your day or night, depending on where you are in the world. I can't speak, my voice is tired. I'm ready to definitely be done talking. But yeah, I hope you guys all have a great one. Also, congrats on the shiny as well, Blinding Duck. Definitely a big W for you. But yeah, have a great one, guys. I'll see you guys in the next stream. Bye bye.